Hey, Carrie.
Hey, Dave.
How you doing?
Great. Beautiful day.
Well, it's a nice little field trip.
Yeah,
It's always nice to get into those houses you can never get into otherwise.
I know it's a treat. That's definitely one of the benefits.
One of the few.
Uh, we'll see.
Yeah. Bobby, that is kind of a gross sigh, honestly.
There's a special meaning to it, Mayor. You got to be in the know to know.
I know, and I'm not in the know, thank God.
So, Mayor, are you going to read the letters that we received tonight?
Yeah, I thought that way would be here till dawn. I don't think that's going to be happening. I hope people realize that brevity is the art of good government, but we'll see. Mm.
Trying to get that bright light out of there. Wanda, what does that say on that window back there?
It says Doc's Cottage. This was the first doctor of Carmel lived in this house. This was his office.
Oh, awesome.
True story.
Yeah, really great background.
Ashley, do you have any idea what time it is?
Mayor, I have 4:31.
How about that? That noted, then why don't I call to order the regular meeting of the Carmel-by-the-Sea City Council for Tuesday, December 7th, 2021. Ashley, could we get a roll call, please?
Yes. Councilmember Barron. Here. Councilmember Ferlito.
Here.
Councilmember Tice.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Here?
Mayor Potter.
Yep.
We have a quorum.
It's a good thing we can get on with tonight's business then. First item is public appearances. It's an opportunity for any member of the public to speak on an item that is not on tonight's agenda. 3-minute limitation of that testimony. If you'd state the name for the record, I would appreciate it. Is there anybody wishing to speak tonight?
Yes. May I speak?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor Potter. Again, my name is Wanda Vollmer, and I'm the captain of the Carmel CERT Community Emergency Response Team. Oh, pardon me.
You're okay. Go ahead, Wanda.
Oh, okay. 1 second. I just lost my script, so hold on.
We'll count that against you.
I'm sorry about that. Let me start over. Sorry about that. My name is Wanda Vollmer, and I'm the captain of the Carmel CERT Community Emergency Response Team. My co-captain, Scott, and I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce ourselves to the community and share what we do. We currently have 35 team members who serve under the leadership of the Carmel Police Department. Nearly all our volunteer members are also committed to support the communities of Monterey and Pacific Grove through mutual aid assistance. As a team, we are trained to provide basic emergency medical assistance, support for mass casualty incidents, evacuations, missing persons, along with crowd and traffic control. During the past 12 months, we've been deployed for winter storm recovery, missing persons, evidence search, beach closures, structure fires, flood evacuations, and vaccine clinics. In 2021, we've delivered a cumulative total of 1,064 hours of volunteer service. It is an honor to serve our community and support our first responders at Carmel Police Department and Monterey Fire. We are also thrilled to learn today from City Manager Chip Rerig and Police Chief Euler that they will be putting forward a recommendation to the City Council to designate Carmel CERT as an official community service organization. This will further align to the City of Carmel to enable direct support and protection. Going forward, it is our intention to offer a quarterly update to this council and keep you apprised of our activities and requirements. Thank you for listening and thank you for your support.
Thank you, Wanda. Appreciate it. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
I do.
Yes, Joe Todd, go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. Joe Todd, resident, mayor, consul, staff. After listening to consul requests, I wonder what will happen to descriptions of Carmel-by-the-Sea. Now many references of Carmel is a city that has no street addresses, no night lights in the residential areas, and no parking meters. And I wish there was some focus on the post office lobby hours. But I was just wondering because I've been hearing a lot about the wishes of the consul of having addresses and parking meters. To switch this. And now I would like to invite everyone to the post office at 5th and Dolores, December 24th, from 10 a.m. to noon, where there will be holiday singing, I don't know what's going on there. I'm sorry.
Joe, I'm sorry about this. If somebody else would mute themselves, anybody else is not speaking, please mute yourselves so Joe can complete her testimony. Thank you.
I'm muting people, Mayor, so I'm.
Thank you, Ashley.
So anyway, the post office at 5th and Dolores, December 24th, from 10 a.m. to noon, where there will be holiday singing and former Mayor Ken White will be bell ringing. Thank you very much for listening. And I want to go along with the woman who spoke before. Also, I agree with what she was saying. And happy holidays to you all.
Thank you, Joe. You too. Richard Kreitman, you have your hand up, I believe.
Yes, Mayor. Let me just get my script. So I want to suggest that we as a community consider uncoupling from Monterey County and the CDC when it comes to our COVID pandemic precautions, and that we should begin charting our own steadier course. The county's abrupt outfaces on indoor mask requirements could give you whiplash, and the CDC appears to have problems counting. I think we can do better. And this plague isn't going away anytime soon. We know that. Still over 1,100 Americans a day are dying of COVID. God knows how many around the world. So now we have the Omicron variant, and it's gonna keep coming. And I believe, well, we welcome visitors from all over the United States and all over the world, and to protect ourselves and them, we should adopt the simple, widely accepted precautionary measures, which we've had in effect from time to time. Indoor mask requirements for all employees and customers. I would suggest that we do what San Francisco and LA are doing, proof of vaccination to dine indoors. And I'm sort of strict on this. I'd like to see, if not mask requirements, strong encouragement for people to wear masks in crowded outdoor situations. And to provide some consistency, whatever policies we adopt should be counted on to remain in place for at least 90 days or 120 days, even though they can be reviewed every 30 days. And as a resident, this appeals to me because it protects our community and my family, and it encourages us to stroll and shop and dine downtown with less apprehension. As a business owner, it appeals to me because it sets a firm policy and I don't have to explain or defend my policy to employees or to customers. Meanwhile, it would keep me, my employees, and customers, considerate customers, feel safe and confident. And such policies, you could argue, we'll lose some customers in Carmel. I'm sure we will. I think we'll also gain some other customers, visitors, and local visitors who will replace that. And a lot of people will appreciate that this is one of the most beautiful and popular destinations in the world, and is also a safe and sane place to visit. I think we would come out ahead on this in terms of business, and immeasurably in the sense of peace of mind and security of our residents, our businesses, excuse me, and our visitors. I think it's worth discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Is there anybody else wishing to speak tonight?
Not sure if you could see my hand, but I would, Amy Herzog.
Amy, go right ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Amy Herzog with Visit Carmel. I just wanted to announce to the public that the second annual Carmel Culinary Week, themed The Art of the Plate, will be taking place from January 14th to 23rd in 2022. It's a 10-day, really more of kind of a festival, celebration of our restaurants. There are 27 different restaurants throughout the village that will be participating in by way of offering creative prefix menus, special incentive offers, and small special events and demos and things of that nature. The details are still coming together, but you can get more information at carmelculinaryweek.com. And there's also a form that you can fill out so that when our free mobile passport is available for download, you will get a text and an email, and you can immediately download and save that passport onto your phone, and it will tell you all the different offerings that will be taking place during that time. And then the other part of this is I just wanted to follow up on an email I sent yesterday to Council, just to kind of make sure that you are aware of those dates, January 14th to the 23rd, just in case that becomes an issue and during next month's City Council meeting, in case there are some parklet discussion on the agenda. So thank you very much.
So Amy, just for future clarification, that is an item that's on the agenda tonight. I allowed you the leniency of speaking because of the fact that I hope nobody pulls it off the consent calendar. But if they have, we'll consider you already have spoken to it. So thank you.
Okay, yeah, what's on the agenda is specifically about a kickoff event, which is just one specific mini event within the 10-day period. So exactly. I thought, yeah.
It's okay, don't worry.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem, Amy. All right, is there anybody else wishing to speak? Ashley?
I'm not seeing any other raised hands, Mayor.
All right, I'm going to close the public comment period, then move it on to announcements. City Administrator Chip, do you have anything to report?
Yeah, just real briefly, Mr. Mayor, thank you. I wanted to reiterate what Ms. Vollmer said. We had a lovely little luncheon today. The coordinator for what I call the white shirts, our volunteers in community policing, as well as CERT, is Corporal Lightfoot. And she does a great job. She has for many, many years. So I wanted to thank both Corporal Lightfoot as well as our volunteers, CERT and the white shirts, for all they do for our village to keep us safe, to help us communicate with the residents, et cetera. And, my thanks goes throughout all of our resident groups, volunteer groups, whether it's the CRA at the beach, the Friends of Mission Trail, the Friends of the Lester Roundtree, Carmel Cares, obviously, a litany of groups that help us keep the village special. And quite frankly, it would not be as special without their volunteerism and their help. So a hearty thanks goes out from me and my team to all the volunteers in the village. Thank you very much. I also wanted to thank Ashley Wright and Leslie Fenton and our Community Activities Commission. It was such a wonderful event we had last Friday night with the lighting of the menorah and the lighting of our Christmas, our holiday tree. It was a wonderful evening, and it was even more wonderful because we actually had children playing in the park, allowed to play in the park, and the snow was a really wonderful added addition. Is that the right thing? It was really a nice add to last Friday's festivities. So great work to everyone. Thank you to everyone who came out and took part in that event, and And again, special thanks to Ashley and Leslie for ordering that snow up. It was a great time had by all. That's what I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chip. City Attorney Brian, anything to report?
I can tell you that there was a closed session at your meeting yesterday for the evaluation of the city administrator, and there's no reportable action.
Thank you. All right, council members, anything to report?
Yes.
It hasn't already been reported on by Chip. Karen?
Yes. Yes. First of all, I'd like to echo what Chip said about last Friday night. It was really a lot of fun, and I hope we do repeat that. Thanks to Leslie and Ashley and the Cultural Activities Committee. I'd also like to thank CERT and the VIP for all they do. I'm looking forward to hearing more and more about those groups on that quarterly basis. But I also want to talk tonight. I am on your AMBAG representative, and AMBAG tomorrow night is having a special meeting to adopt or not adopt or modify the draft methodology for our regional housing needs assessment. Now, all that is a lot of acronyms throughout the evening, but this is something that will be coming forward in the near future into Carmel for discussion. And I'm recommending that next month, Brandon Swanson from Planning give us a little update as to what the planning directors are doing regarding those regional housing needs assessment numbers. So I'm hoping Mayor Potter and Mayor Pro Tem Richards that you will add that to the agenda next month so that Brandon can give us a brief update, a little description of how these numbers come about. It was very helpful to me to spend a few minutes with Brandon. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Karen. Bobby, and then Carrie.
Yeah, I'll just go down a list. It was a busy month. Again, I wanted to thank the Community Activities Commission and the staff for what I hope becomes a traditional event with the snow. That was wonderful. I want to offer a good luck to the 3 businesses that opened up and had ribbon cuttings this past month. That's Social Hour, Monica Graham Fine Art, and Big Little Boxes. They all opened this or had ribbon cuttings this month, and they were. I wish them the best of luck. I was also able to stop by La Playa for the CRA dinner. Unfortunately, I couldn't stay, but it looked like a really nice event. Today, we went to that CERT and luncheon, and the volunteer police luncheon under Rachel Lightfoot, and I want to thank them publicly. One thing that was close to my heart was I was able and honored to attend the Veterans celebration in the park this month, and that was always dear to my heart. And as far as Carmel High, since we're starting a new season, I don't have anything to report out on the sports.
All right, Bobby, thank you very much. Carrie, I think, was next. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I am your representative for the Waste Management District out in Marina. And the current general manager, Tim Flanagan, is volunteering to retire. So we have been searching for a new general manager. And I want to announce that we have selected Felipe Melchor as our new GM for the Waste Management District. He comes from the private company of the Waste Management of Monterey County. So it's nice to have a local guy that understands our waste needs. And he will start in January. So that's what I'd like to announce. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Jeff?
No announcements this week, Dave. Thank you.
Most of them have been covered already, frankly. So I concur with everything that's been said. I'd just like to, and I mentioned this to Karen, that Caltrans has a bunch of rather significant grant monies that are available for litter abatement on our roadways. Karen, I think you're a representative to the Litter Abatement Task Force, which I formed many years ago through the direction of former Mayor Sue McLeod, who was concerned about the way our roadways look. They're pretty atrocious, actually. And so I think that whatever we can do to get out there as a community and advocate together for access to those grant dollars would be a good idea. You don't want your first impression to be the Monterey Peninsula to be arriving in a highway that's littered and then leave with the same impression. So I think if we can get those roadways cleaned, it would be helpful. So again, I concur with all the comments that were made about the events. And thanks to all for all the hard work.
Hey, I will mention that I did send off an email after your contact about the Caltrans thing, and I have not heard back yet from the director of the Illegal Dumping and Litter Task Force, but I will pursue that.
Good, that'd be great. And I, as you know, I did suggest that we will go ahead and have Brandon do a report on the arena numbers. That's very important.
Thank you very much.
All right, why don't we move on to the consent calendar? There's eight items on the consent calendar. Any member of council wish to pull an item from consent? Jeff, you have your hand up.
Yes, I wish to pull item 5, the document retention issue item.
For a comment or direction or modification?
For a bit of discussion. Thank you.
All right. All right, we'll consider that pulled. Is there anybody else wishing to pull an item? Karen?
Yes. Did we get an email today about a change in number 4? That has been changed to the plaza. So I wonder if that needs to be on there.
Chip?
That item does need to be on there. It's actually a combined item, Karen. I'm not quite sure how to bifurcate it. The Carmel Art Festival it's a package deal. I was trying to be efficient with staff reports. So those two events are included together. So that should stay on just for the art festival. Or if you want to do a separate motion, modify the motion.
Why don't we pull them in its entirety and we'll modify it as part of one action? Since it is bundled, you're right, Ashley. All right, we'll pull that one. Okay, is there anybody else in the council? Okay, so we pulled 4 and 5. Is there any public wishing to pull an item? Ashley, I don't see anybody, do you?
I don't, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll bring it back to council. Could we have a motion then to approve 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8, please?
I'll make a motion to approve on the consent agenda items 1, 2, 3, 6, 7, and 8.
Hi, Budge.
I'll second that.
All righty. Motion and a second. Ashley, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
All right, let's take the fourth one, number 4, which seems to be the simplest one, simply a modification. Karen, did you want to speak to that?
Well, it's just my understanding that the Culinary Week has pulled that request for consumption of alcohol on public property due to the fact that they have moved that event to the plaza. So perhaps that could just be removed. I don't know what the proper way to do that is. But...
I'll just change the resolution, Dave, if you'd like.
All right. Amy?
Yeah, so at the writing of the staff report last week, that's the direction we were heading, was having the event in the footprint of the farmers market. But since the publication of the packet, the event is moving to Carmel Plaza because of concerns about rain and weather and some of the logistical issues that were challenging with the event planning are solved by having the event at the plaza. So, but the Carmel Art Festival will still be moving forward as presented in the staff report and the resolution.
All right, so then we'll just go ahead and modify the location. Is that it? Jeff?
Yeah, I would make a motion to adopt resolution 2021-079, but to only include the authorization of the consumption of alcohol on public property and the erection of a tent for the Carmel Art Festival event that will be held May 13 through 15, 2022.
I'll second that.
Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item? I don't see anybody. All right, we have a motion and a second. Ashley, can we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
It is unanimous. Thank you.
All right, Jeff, you pulled item number 5, which is resolution 2021-080, amending the city's policy C-1602 records management program.
Yes, thank you. So this item was started by Britt while she was still the city clerk, and she engaged a consulting firm to sort of comb through all of the various laws and rules and regulations. All the various laws and rules and regulations regarding document retention. And when I read through the list, I think that a few of them don't really comport with the way that we should save records here at the city. So I have some modifications that I would either like to make, or we can either make them on the fly, or we could ask staff to, I could say them and we could ask staff to bring back a new document retention policy next month.
I think it'd be my preference we do it that way. Chip, there's no time sensitivity related to this, is there?
No, Mr. Mayor, it's been hanging around for some time. Again, Ms. Wright picked up the ball on this one, and the recommendations, of course, follow state law, but we're certainly willing to listen to Mr. Barron and return to you if necessary.
So let me just list off my recommendations really quickly. On record number 9, which was related to permits issued by the city, the time frame in the packet was while active plus 4 years, and I don't see any reason that permits issued by the city should be permanent. You know, we have on occasion gone back to permits that were issued 10 and 20 and 30 years ago, especially when it comes to a history of use permits and the like. So that's my first change. My second change of 3, record number 30 relates to the retention of audio video records of city meetings. And I don't see any reason why we shouldn't maintain audio and video recordings of city meetings permanently as well. I think that they're a great resource. We don't know what the future has. And I think that I have gone back a couple of years on occasion. And so I think 90 days is completely inadequate. And finally, record number 72 relates to the documentation relating to artworks. And that's listed as 25 years. And I think for the sake of history, that should also be modified to be permanently.
All right.
And those are my 3 changes.
All right, fine. But I don't think we want to get into that level of kind of detail tonight. Thank you. So that determination, Brian, do you want a motion to continue this to a date specific, or can we just continue it?
You don't have to have a date specific. You could just say staff can return this item to a future meeting.
All right.
That would be fine with me.
Okay. So no formal motion then?
You don't need a motion. You can give direction, Mayor, based on what you've heard.
I'd say direction's been given then. All righty. So that moves us through the consent calendar, gets us on then to item number 9, the first order of business, Resolution 2021-077, updating the at-will unrepresented miscellaneous and police management pay schedule / salary schedule. Chip, did you want to intro this?
I'll present it, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's the title. Next slide, please, Ashley.
Actually, Maxine's running it.
Oh, thanks, Max. Thanks, Ashley. So just by way of background, at-will employees are employees that are not represented by organized labor, and they're not organized for the purpose of collective bargaining. For at-will classifications, once the salary range is created and established by the council, the salary remains static and does not increase unless approved by the council, which is the item before you tonight. A little bit of background as well. And over the past years, the labor units represented by the general and management employees have negotiated and received salary increases at almost 20%. And what that has done is it's caused what we call compaction, where you have a junior employee that could be making more money than their supervisor. And so again, that compaction is not healthy in an organization for a variety of reasons. So the reason that we're bringing this to you is to try to compensate our executive team, our at-will employees, to the degree that we think they're worth, and to remain more competitive in the marketplace. And as you all know, we have lost employees in the at-will executive ranks because we're competing with jurisdictions that pay substantially more than we do. So again, this is an item that's brought before you based on council direction, and we're hoping that you'll adopt it. Next slide, please, Max. These are I think there's 15 positions or 19 positions here. So these are the positions that are at-will classifications. This is just a table. This is in your agenda report as well. Happy to answer any questions that you have on any of these. Yeah, next slide, please. So again, you did, as you're allowed to do, you cannot make decisions in closed session regarding salary negotiations, but you did ask me to bring this item forward for you. Again, some of the positions that are bulleted in the slide that Max has up right now that she prepared are positions that we've lost employees because we're not competitive enough in the marketplace, and we've been unsuccessful at both attracting, so retaining and recruiting new employees. So that's just an example slide. Next slide, please. So, well, I just said it, right? Again, we're trying to attract and retain employees. I mean, one of the hallmarks of a good organization, and we've seen this just recently this week where I promoted from within 2 employees. Marty Waffle, who's been with us for many years, was in an acting capacity as city administrator. I'm sorry, I wish city administrator.
I'm not listening. Just hang on one second, Greg.
Jamie, could you please mute your device? Is there a Jamie? Thank you. We promoted from within Marty Waffle, who was in the acting status as community planning and building director. And then real happy to also announce Commander Watkins, who was a sergeant, and we promoted him from within. So again, part of the benefit of trying to retain employees is you build loyalty. The first step of which you have before you tonight, which is banding positions together. So we've created several bands for positions. And what we've done is we've expanded the salary range for those bands. And that's what has to be approved by you tonight. So that's the salary schedule. Again, there's not an automatic salary increase. It just means that some employees who have been at the top of the band for several years, like for example, our former police chief, Chief Tomasi, he was maxed out. And so again, what this does is expands the range. So when I try to recruit, which I'm doing right now, another police chief on a permanent basis, again, our salaries are more attractive. The second step, when we return to council, hopefully either January or February of next year, is to look at the ability to, on a basis that's merit-based, is provide some kind of an annual increase to employees for doing a good job in this classification. So again, that'll be the second step. That'll be a step we'll bring to you in the future. So next slide, please. And so, yeah, so this is the kind of the concluding slide. This is our recommendation, is that you update the at-will unrepresented miscellaneous and police management salary schedule. This will be the salary schedule that's published. This is a required step by state law. This is the salary schedule that we will send to CalPERS for calculating retirement benefits for employees. And overall, it reflects a 10% increase in the salary range of new and revised salary bands. So again, this is not a cost of living adjustment. It is not an extra benefit. This is expanding the salary range for the positions that we've listed earlier. And that concludes my comments. Happy to answer any questions. Ms. Gullo is obviously here as well. Mr. Mayor, to answer any questions.
Any questions of Chip or Maxine before I take it out to public for comment? I don't see any. All right, I'll open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the public wishing to comment on this item? Ashley?
Mayor, I'm not seeing any raised hands or anybody unmuting.
I'll bring it back to the council then for comment and direction, council members. Jeff.
Thank you. I had a conversation with Chip, and one of the things that I'm a little bit questioning about in this schedule, which is slightly different than what we saw before, is the non-banding of items 7, 8, and 9. I think we adopted these. You know, we've had this discussion about, you know, putting individuals that have like job titles and like salaries together so that we can manage them as groups rather than individually. And I find the banding of the lack of banding of items 7, 8, and 9 to be a concern. And I think that this is sort of 2/3 of a solution, but not an entire solution. So my preference would be to, if I had to make a preference here, would be to adopt bands 1 through 6 and ask staff to bring back a revised schedule next month with 7, 8, and 9 banded. But I would like to hear from Chip and Maxine about that.
Chip, Maxine.
Well, we can, it's at the will of the council, so we can certainly do that, Mr. Barron. A couple of the positions are discrete. The executive assistant band 9 position is the result of a settlement agreement with an incumbent employee, an excellent employee. So that salary was set by that settlement agreement. The band 10 is the entry level to the series for the administrative in the administrative series. So again, the administrative technician is the entry level, and then the analyst position is, we talked about this a little bit last night, when an employee grows into that position, it's an opportunity for internal growth without having to have someone leave the enterprise. Again, the deputy city clerk obviously is the deputy to the city clerk. So I'm not sure where I would stick that in, but again, if it's the council's will, I appreciate what Mr. Barron is doing all told here, but I do certainly support. Let's knock off bands or grades 1 through 6 tonight, and we'll study the additional bands and bring it back to you with an answer.
Yes, thank you. And I would emphasize, just to clarify, Chip, I did not include, in sort of the proposal that I was making, I did not put band 10 in with band 7, 8, and 9. So I acknowledge that that's a sort of a separate job level. And I would, my proposal would see that as a band sort of by itself at the bottom.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barron. Yes, I misheard. Thank you, sir.
All righty. So is there any other discussion? If not, maybe a motion to go in the direction that Jeff has mentioned. Jeff, would you like to make that motion?
Yeah, sorry, 1 second, please. Let me get my papers in order. So I would make a motion to adopt resolution 2021-077, updating the at-will, miscellaneous, and police management pay schedule and salary schedule for grades 1 through 6, 1 through 6 only, and direct staff to bring back at a future meeting a slightly more comprehensive schedule that included bands for the current grades 7, 8, 9, and 10.
The second of that motion.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion?
What was it, 7, 8, 9, and 10, or just 7, 8, 9?
Yeah, I would leave that up to you. I mean, my direction, my feeling is that 7, 8, and 9 should be together, and that 10 would be separate. This is your schedule, and I would look to you. This is a comment on a schedule that you own, and I'd prefer that you owned it rather than me. But that's that's what I'm thinking at this point.
All righty. Bobby?
Yeah, I appreciate what Jeff's trying to say here, but I would like to know, the reasoning for it when you come back, Chip. Maybe you could give us the reasons why they're varied 7, 8, and 9. That would help us understand why, because maybe there's a perfectly good reason for that that we don't know about yet.
Yes, sir. We'll do that. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Max, were you trying to say something? Okay. All right, we have a motion. We have a second. Is there any other discussion? Ashley, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
It's unanimous.
All righty, so that moves us on then to item number 10, consideration of a permanent encroachment permit EN 21-187 Stillwell to install an underground grease interceptor in the public right-of-way between the sidewalk and the curb on the east side of San Carlos Street near the corner of 5th Avenue. And I believe, Brandon, you might be handling this?
Mayor, this is
Yes.
Carrie.
Carrie, I'm sorry, you need to recuse.
I need to recuse myself. My place's business is within 500 feet of the Carmel Lodge.
All righty, we appreciate that. I'm sorry I forgot to recognize you.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, thank you. And just to confirm, are you guys seeing the full screen or is it the split screen? Okay, perfect. So good evening, Brandon Swanson here with the Planning Department. For you as encroachment permit 21187, the City Council did consider this last month. So I'm going to run through a little bit just for a refresher. If you recall, this property is located on the northeast corner of San Carlos and 5th. It's the Carmel Lodge, about 33,000 square feet. Hotel and restaurant. COD, there are some requirements for building a restaurant to upgrade their grease system, going from a grease trap to a grease interceptor. And so there is a request, an application in for an encroachment permit on San Carlos Street. The proposed project would be to install that grease interceptor in the right-of-way, directly between the sidewalk and San Carlos Street. So not in the sidewalk, but in the area between. Also includes the proposal to do new landscaping along San Carlos Street and extend the brick sidewalk north to the property line. As we know, the typical installation for grease systems is a grease trap located on private property, typically within a restaurant. This would be the first one in Carmel in the right-of-way. As you can see from this picture, this is a picture Chip and I were out on a walk and we saw this. The pumping is typically done across the sidewalk to get to the grease trap in the kitchen. For this specific application, staff did work with the applicant to explore alternative locations. There is an on-site parking lot to the east that is uphill from the restaurant. The interior of the restaurant was also an option. The issue with the on-site parking lot, as I mentioned, is uphill, would require a pump, and there's also trees, so we may present some root issues. The interior, there are some functionality issues and county health preferences to have those outdoors. In conversations with the applicant and coming forward with this application, they did include a maintenance agreement that has very specific requirements. You can see on the screen here that would also be required to be recorded with the county. So it would pass responsibility on to future property owners, and it does include indemnification for the city. Before the previous hearing, we did get some comments both in support of and in opposition to this. Just to remind you of those, you can see them on your screen here. At the November 2nd City Council meeting, the council did continue this item to today to allow for a tour with Councilmember Barron to look at the restaurant grease traps that exist in the city, look at the space constraints, and the tour, what it yielded was the fact that yes, almost exclusively these are in the kitchens. They're pumped or hand scooped for regular removal. We also, staff also took some time and collected info from other cities. I personally spoke to Pacific Grove and Monterey. They have currently two grease interceptors in the right-of-way. They're in the street, essentially under manhole covers. We also reached out to other cities in the region, San Francisco, Solvang, and Burbank. Those three cities only allow them in the alleys. That's the only area of the right-of-way that they would allow them. They're a little bit different than Carmel. Obviously, we don't have a lot of alleyways where people drive down. The only other option for those three cities is on private property. To remind you of the application review process, our code does allow for either the city administrator or the city council to approve encroachments. If someone with their cell phone ending in 703, if you could mute yourself, please. Our code does allow for the city administrator or the city council to approve. In this case, this was elevated to the city council. There is no resolution needed for this, depending on what the city council decides to do tonight. It's just a motion and a vote. As I mentioned last time, there are review standards in our code. These are paraphrased, but you can see them up on the screen. These are the considerations the council should make tonight. In addition to our code, there was a policy decision last night, or policy discussion, excuse me. Policy discussion last night. The conversation centered around always, seldom, never, in terms of where and how do we want to see grease interceptors in the right-of-way. The direction given to staff was to develop a formal policy that would allow for consideration of applications on a case-by-case basis. Some of the criteria that came out of that policy conversation were the applicants are responsible for demonstrating the need, that there have to be measures in place to protect our storm drains, and the liability must lie completely with the applicant. Also need to consider equity and assume that others in the city will apply if this is where the policy goes. So with that, our recommendation is to consider this encroachment permit and provide direction to staff on what to do with respect to approve or deny. Again, no resolution is needed. It's only a majority vote here. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I am available for questions.
Thank you, Brandon. Are there any questions by council members at this time before I open it up for public comment? I don't see any. All right, I'll open it up for public comment. Is there anybody in the public, excuse me, is the applicant there present wishing to speak? Representative of the applicant?
Mr. Mayor, I did see Michael Chang. He just raised his hand. I know Mark Stillwell was on earlier as well. So it looks like Michael Chang has his hands up.
Michael?
Yes, Mayor, I'm ready.
All righty, the floor is yours.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Potter and City Council members for dedicating so much of your time over the past couple
of Michael, since you're the applicant, I'm not going to constrain you to the traditional 3 minutes. I'll give you 5.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. So anyways, I thank you guys for your time over the past couple months, spending a lot of your time on 4A's grease mitigation plan. As I mentioned at last night's special meeting, I think we've all learned a lot about our sewer system. And I finally get the sense that everyone is catching up to my high level of concern for the current greasy state of the pipes below our feet. We have a sewer system where COD is the authority having jurisdiction, barely has records for half of the establishments in town, and the records they do have are questionable at best. Therefore, I wonder how they can enforce any of their regulations without actually keeping accurate records on flow rates and grease mitigation systems. And I think the answer is they don't. Downtown Carmel-by-the-Sea needs obscenely frequent cleaning, at least every 3 months, compared to 9 months or more for other sections of town. Next, I would like to briefly touch on my recent communications with city staff. Apparently, I may have been too direct at times. And to that, I answer, I am not a politician. I am a chef who has worked his way up through a chronically understaffed and underpaid industry. I've had pots and pans thrown at me, I've been attacked by a former chef, and I've even witnessed an actual knife fight in the kitchen. All of this makes me ill-prepared for the world of politics. However, in this case, I feel that my frustrations are more than warranted. We spent 17 plus long months working with city staff on our plan. And I remain nice as the city lost the existing plans for our building at the start of the project, significantly delaying our engineers. I was nice when the city failed to run our plans past Monterey Fire before approving them, a problem we are still dealing with today that is pushing our opening back even further. However, I finally had enough when the city published guidelines at the end of last week that would have effectively prohibited our plan after 17 months of close cooperation. There was even no mention of these proposed rules on a coordination call with Brandon just last Tuesday. But perhaps most importantly, my frustration is not only for my own situation, but for the seemingly utter lack of care for the sewers in our oceanside town. I think it's unacceptable, and wherever you decide our grease interceptor should go, I hope the council begins to take action to implement a long-term fix for our sewers. As for our specific case, I believe our long-established plan is the best for everyone involved. It conforms to the carefully crafted regulations of both COD and Monterey County Health, regulations that were created by teams of engineers and environmental scientists. It is the least intrusive option, as the sidewalk will never be closed for servicing, and we even plan to create a custom lid to perfectly match the sidewalk. We have worked on a comprehensive operations, maintenance, and service plan, covering everything from weekly inspections to caring for the nearby storm drain. We have fully indemnified the city and will maintain liability insurance of not less than $1 million per occurrence. My landlord has even offered to upgrade the sidewalk for the full length of the building on San Carlos and spruce up the landscaping at an estimated cost of $20,000. And lastly, I think if approved, it sets the precedent that Carmel-by-the-Sea is finally starting to take its grease problems seriously. We're willing to accept whatever the council decides, and thank you for listening to my opinion.
Thank you, Michael. You have 2 minutes left. You could save that for rebuttal if you like.
Sure, that would be wonderful.
Great. Is there anybody else wishing to speak to this item tonight? Joe Todd. Yes,
I was just wondering, I don't really know very much about this project. I am a resident, Joe Todd resident. I live in the area, and I did go over to look at the area where this was proposed. And I would just like it to be considered with the staff the next time just to decide what needs to happen here. It seems to be a project that can be handled with staff.
Thank you, Joe. Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, is there anybody else wishing to speak?
Mr. Mayor, I'll say a few words.
Rich Pepper, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. At the last council meeting, I had voiced some concerns about this project, and I thought I was just asking the question, why? In capital letters, why would you want to put it on the sidewalk? And I think some of maybe the way I said the words or something was misconstrued, that I was really, dead set against it. But I'd like to let everybody know that I've had some conversations with the applicant. I've called the director of the Carmel Area Wastewater District and spoke to her. Her name is Barbara directly. I talked to people at the health department. And I can come back and say now that I think this is an acceptable plan, especially in light that the applicant, at least the hotel owner, the Stillwell family, is willing to mitigate the sidewalk issues and maybe even wrap it around the whole building. As you all know, I'm very big on, please, let's pave these sidewalks and pave these streets and get some downtown beautification. And I think this is a good, I don't even want to say maybe it's not a trade-off, because maybe that's not a good thing to say, but I can endorse this in my view. I think that the other 50 restaurants in town have their grease traps or interceptors in place. I don't think this is going to cause a big rush to put them outside in any way, shape, or form. So I think the applicant has all sincerity and the village in mind. And I think with the regulations put in place, I think it would be a fine solution to this. Hopefully this hotel gets back open in business, which I think would be good for the village also. So thank you very much, and I hope you all endorse it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rich. Appreciate your testimony. So anybody else wishing to speak?
Yeah, I finally.
Uh-oh. Maybe better go back to Susan's phone.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Sorry. I've had terrible technical difficulties tonight. My apologies. Mark Stillwell, the owner of the property in question. I think Michael covered it in great detail. My only, I thought it was a great discussion last night for the city, not just for us, but for the entire city to focus on this issue, which is an issue that we all should be focused on. I think we fit squarely within the policy discussion last night, with the possible exception of the separation from storm drains. And the only thing I wanted to point out, and we did point it out last night, but just to reiterate, there are many, many sewer laterals, raw sewer laterals and cleanouts within 15 feet of storm drains throughout the city. And I think gravity grease interceptors are specifically designed to protect the storm drains from clogging and the sewer from clogging and overflowing, including into city streets and storm drains. So it just didn't make logical sense to me to have a policy that would preclude you from installing a device, a gravity-fed, non-mechanical, passive, very safe device in proximity to those sewer laterals when its sole purpose is really to protect those sewer laterals and the main cod pipeline from clogging. I had done a lot of research on other cities. A number of them specifically allow encroachment into the right-of-way for this specific, if it doesn't fit on site, they do allow it, usually at a staff level. And I found none that would ban a grease interceptor near a storm drain. There's no commentary on that in the beach, Morro Bay, any of the other coastal sites I looked at. I also couldn't find any regional water quality control board requirements or anything in that regard with that. So I don't think there's any real issue other than making sure from a staff perspective that when one of these comes up that they impose whatever additional conditions they think they need to protect the stormwater system as well as the sewer system. And I can tell you in our case, staff was very diligent in that regard and imposed a couple of conditions that we're very happy to comply with, but that are specifically designed to protect the stormwater outlet that's nearby. So with that, I hope you will approve this tonight so we can continue to finish the construction on the restaurant. And that concludes my remarks. Thank you, and I apologize again for the technical difficulties.
Thank you, Mark. Is there anybody else wishing to speak? Ashley, how are you feeling?
Mayor, I don't see any raised hands or anybody trying to unmute themselves.
Okay, then I'll close the public comment period, bring it back to council for direction. Council members, your thoughts, wishes, desires, motions. Jeff.
Thank you. As staff indicated, you know, I'm the one with the biggest issue from last month, and I did go on a field trip with a number of members of staff to a number of restaurants around town. And what I saw, I think as staff conveyed in the staff report, was that each of the restaurants is different. And quite a few of them, I believe, and I think that also staff believes, if they undertook such a remodel, would in fact be able to install a grease interceptor on their property. You know, we saw one restaurant with a basement. There are a number of restaurants with sort of private patios between their facility and the street. It really varies from restaurant to restaurant. The other thing I would say, you know, it's a little bit unfortunate that Mr. Stillwell's restaurant isn't at the top of the lot and it's at the bottom of the lot, but you know, this is the way it's built. It's been that way for a number of years. I'm certainly not prepared to ask him to move his entire restaurant so that he can put this thing on his property. I think that staff has done a good job. I think the hearing last night did a good job of sort of surrounding this permit with the requirements that staff should consider when they grant this permit. I'm happy with what happened last night. I believe that staff will in fact protect the village in the few situations that require one of these things. And so I'm prepared to support the application tonight.
Thank you, Jeff. Anybody else? A possible motion, Karen?
Yes, I would like to make a motion to approve this encroachment. Do I need to read the entire thing?
Probably would be a good idea just for the record.
Okay, I move that we approve a permanent encroachment permit application EN 21-187 Stillwell to install an underground grease interceptor in the public right-of-way between the sidewalk and the curb on the east side of San Carlos Street near the corner of Fifth Avenue.
As conditioned.
Yes, please, as conditioned.
As conditioned.
And I'll second it.
Karen, did you want to speak to your motion?
Yes, I had a change of heart. It wasn't actually a change of heart. It's just that last month I needed more information. I needed to really think about it a little more. I needed to look at the situation. I need to think about the fact that we want to encourage people to do the right thing and to upgrade technology when the technology can possibly do a better job of protecting our village. I think this is an opportunity to do that. I think the applicant has been very sincere about wanting to do that. I believe that a lot of the conditions that were established will ensure that. And I look forward to not seeing it because it's going to be so well disguised. And I look forward to seeing this restaurant get opened and all that new landscaping along there. So I want to wish the couple who are taking over this restaurant the best of luck, and also Mr. Stillwell the best of luck in finishing the project.
Any other comments? Jeff?
Yeah, I forgot. I would like to thank Mr. Stillwell for being patient with me and I guess with Karen as well as we work through this process over the course of the past month.
And Jeff, I'd like to thank you for taking the time to go out and do the site tour. I think that's the best way we can do on something like this is educate ourselves up. I want to thank Rich Pepe for actually being not quite so Jersey-ish as he's been at times. And really, Rich, I really want to thank you too. He was a very sincere explanation of how you came through the thought process. I think we all learned a lot from this, and I think last night's discussion was extremely helpful for anything that comes along in the future. So certainly unique circumstances today, and I appreciate the council's recognition. We have a motion with a second. Any other discussion? All right, call a question. Ashley, could we get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Barron,
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito,
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Absent, abstention.
Oh, that's right. Mayor Pro Tem Richards,
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. Thank you to the applicant. Appreciate it. All right, let's move on. Let's move on then to the next item, which happens to be the consideration of an appeal by Sequoia Development Services on behalf of Verizon Wireless, APP 21-360, Verizon Wireless Carmelo, of the Planning Commission's denial of the design review use permit DR/UP 21-115, Verizon Wireless Carmelo, an associated coastal development permit for the installation and operations of a wireless telecommunications facility on a replacement utility pole and ancillary equipment on the ground adjacent to that pole within the public right-of-way located in a multi-family residential R4 district. All right, that noted. Brandon?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Marnie Waffle is going to pull up her presentation here, but while she's doing that, I just wanted to give a little intro. First and foremost, I want to just thank the public. There's a large contingent of the public here on one of the screens, but I just want to thank the public for getting so involved in this. That's how the process is supposed to work, and it did. It's one of the reasons I love working here and just generally in local government. So thanks to the public first and foremost. I want to remind the council and the public that this is a de novo hearing, which means it's a new hearing. It's the Latin for from the new, if anybody cares about fun word stuff. It's a new hearing, which means that the council can still consider all the previously received materials, but also consider new information that's been received and can arrive at any determination. Since the Planning Commission decision, we've received new information from Verizon, from the public. Staff has developed new information, and the Planning Commission meeting itself actually brought up new info. So again, just a reminder, this is de novo. And what you'll see in the presentation is based on the information that we've received since the Planning Commission, and in keeping with our past practices, staff is recommending to uphold the Planning Commission decision to deny Verizon's application for a wireless facility on Carmelo. And with that, I'll turn it over to Marnie Waffle.
Marnie?
Great, thank you. So just confirming everyone can see the presentation in the proper format that it's supposed to be in?
We're good, Marnie. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Before you this evening is an appeal of a Planning Commission decision to deny a design review and use permit application. The appellant is Sequoia Deployment Services on behalf of Verizon Wireless. So the format for the presentation this evening will begin with background information on prior applications to install new wireless facilities south of Ocean Avenue, followed by a description of the current project. We will then present a summary of the appeal points raised by Verizon and the staff's response to those points raised. And then we'll conclude with a recommendation and 3 alternative actions for the council's consideration. So in 2019, the Planning Commission and on appeal, the City Council both denied Verizon's application for 5 wireless facilities. They were proposed in the public right-of-way of the R1 zoning district. The Coastal Commission also upheld the city's denial on appeal by Verizon. In November of 2020, the city entered into an agreement with Verizon to reduce the number of sites from 5 to 2 in locations outside of the R1 zoning district. In 2021, earlier this year, the Planning Commission approved Verizon's application to locate a new wireless facility on the rooftop of the Sunset Center, which is located in the A2 zoning district, which is community and cultural. The second location is the proposed Carmelo location before the council this evening, and this is adjacent to the La Playa Carmel Hotel. So the Planning Commission reviewed this application at their August 11th meeting and again at a special meeting on September 29th. Ultimately, they adopted a resolution of denial. On October 8th, Verizon filed an appeal of the denial, which brings us before you this evening. And as previously stated, this is a de novo hearing. So again, the project is proposed within the public right-of-way. This is within the R4 or multifamily zoning district. The location is on the east side of Carmelo between 8th and 9th Avenue. Verizon is proposing to replace an existing utility pole with a taller pole and place an antenna at the top. Associated equipment would be mounted on the south side of the pole, and additional options for the non-antenna equipment could include a combination of both pole and ground-mounted equipment, or just ground-mounted equipment with different screening or concealment options. So the graphic on the current slide shows the existing pole on the left and the proposed replacement pole on the right with the addition of the wireless facility. The existing utility pole is 39 feet 10 inches above the ground, and it would be replaced with a new pole 46 feet and 4 inches above the ground. So this is 6 feet 6 inches taller than existing conditions. With the addition of the wireless antenna on top, the total height of the utility pole would be 50 feet, and this is 10 feet 2 inches taller than existing conditions. I do want to note that the type of antenna and the overall height of the pole has been reduced by 13 inches from what was presented to the Planning Commission in August and September. So one factor contributing to the increase in height is a requirement by PG&E that the wireless antenna be located at least 6 feet above their transmission lines. The proposed antenna would be concealed with a metal shroud and appear as an extension of the utility pole. The size of the antenna would be 12 inches in diameter and 28.66 inches tall. And again, this is slightly smaller in height than what was presented to the Planning Commission. So Verizon has prepared this photo simulation that depicts the proposed project. This shows the antenna located on top of the new utility pole with the attachment screened by a metal cylindrical shroud. The antenna would be 6 feet 1 inch above the transmission line. And I'm going to speak a little bit to the pole mounted equipment, which is Verizon's preferred layout. So the plan view on the left side of the slide shows the location of the pole mounted equipment screened in a metal rectangular shroud. This is oriented to the southeast, so facing the La Playa Hotel parking lot. The shroud would measure 72 inches tall and just under 22 inches wide. The equipment and all the attachments would be painted to match the utility pole. An alternative equipment option could include both pole and ground-mounted equipment. The ground-mounted equipment would be located north of the pole, and in this hybrid configuration, the ground equipment would include a battery backup, an electric meter. It would have a footprint of approximately 22 square feet and would be screened on 3 sides with a wood fence. Another alternative would be placing all of the equipment on the ground north of the pole. This configuration has a footprint of 18 square feet, and the equipment could be painted or wrapped in an artistic design. The third alternative has a footprint of 50 square feet, and in this configuration, it would be screened on all 4 sides with a wood fence. So the legal background that is pertinent to Verizon's grounds for appeal is described in the staff report. It addresses the regulations regarding effective prohibitions of wireless facilities, the requirement for substantial evidence to deny a facility, And at this time, I'm going to ask the city's consulting attorney, Trip May, to present each of the appeal points, as well as staff's response to the appeal.
Thank you, Marty. And good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Trip May. I'm your outside legal counsel for all things wireless telecommunications. My job tonight is to walk you through the grounds for Verizon's appeals and staff's responses, and then to answer any questions that you might have that relate to these type of specific regulatory issues. So Verizon had three basic grounds for appeals. The first one is that the denials by the Planning Commission weren't supported by substantial evidence, that the denials effectively prohibited their ability to provide service, and that the denials violated state laws that give telephone corporations like Verizon certain rights to access the public rights of way. So take them in turn. For the substantial evidence, I want to start with what that phrase means. It is a standard of review. It means that when you're making a zoning type decision, you've got to have a basis in your code and then a reasonable amount of evidence to support it. And if you do, that's substantial evidence, right? So if what reasonable amount of evidence means is if reasonable minds could disagree about which way the issue should fall, the decision by the city council should be upheld. So it's pretty deferential. The Planning Commission had 6 findings. The first one is that the proposed facility violated the zone height. So this is in the right-of-way adjacent to an R4 zoning district. In the city, the zone extends to the center of the street, so that 24-foot height limit in R4 applies to facilities in the right-of-way as well. And because this facility would be 50 feet tall, it doesn't meet that standard. So Planning Commission found it should be denied. Finding number 2 is that the discouragement of facilities in R4 zones was not supported by substantial evidence because there's no place else for them to put it. But as was mentioned earlier, staff has developed further information by retaining an independent engineering consulting firm called CTC that did an analysis to see if there were any locations in a non-discouraged area of the city that could provide a feasible alternative to the site at Carmel. And the report found one. It is at the Golden Bough Playhouse. It's an A1 zoning district. And it determined that this is a site that a facility on the rooftop could provide substantially the same coverage or the same coverage in some of the frequency bands. And it's important to note that this is both inside and outside. So not just on top of the Golden Bough Playhouse itself, but potentially in the right-of-way because the zone extends to the center of the street. New facilities there would be not discouraged under the terms of your code, right? So there are technically feasible alternatives, and finding number 2 should be supported by substantial evidence. Next slide, please, Marty. Finding number 3 was that the equipment was out of character with the surrounding environment. This facility is placed in what is essentially double discouraged, right? R4 and the public right-of-way are both discouraged locations under your code. And the equipment itself would be taller and bulkier than all the other types of utilities that are overhead in the area, at the same time negatively impacting views. And the Planning Commission found that that made it out of character. So that was the evidence there. Under finding 4, the applicant has to minimize the visual clutter and aesthetic impacts to the extent possible. And under the analysis in the staff report you have in front of you, because there's alternatives outside of these discouraged locations that could have potentially more concealment involved with them, the location at Carmelo is not minimizing its aesthetic impacts to the extent possible. There's other possible locations. Next slide, please. Finding number 5, similar to the discouragement of facilities in R4 zones. Although in this case, Verizon's point was that we can't discourage facilities in the right-of-way because California state law grants what's called a statewide franchise to telephone corporations to access the public rights-of-way to provide their services. But it doesn't prohibit the discouragement of facilities there. It just says that we can't absolutely prohibit them there. So in this case, because there were better alternatives available, that finding could be supported by substantial evidence as well. And then finding number 6, Verizon's point on this issue was that they were willing to do various different kinds of configurations of equipment that would get rid of ground-mounted cabins. And in your code, ground-mounted support equipment has to be placed underground or in a building outside the right-of-way. Verizon's proposal was to place it on the pole. That's just not one of the options that's available under the code. And because there's potential alternatives that don't require us to deal with that, like, for example, putting it at the Golden Bough Playhouse, the Planning Commission made the finding that it did not meet that code requirement. And next slide, please. That takes us all the way through substantial evidence. The next big category of appeal grounds for Verizon was that the denial itself would constitute an effective prohibition. So if this is something rooted in federal statute, it says cities cannot effectively prohibit any entity's ability to provide personal wireless services. And in this circuit, a single permit denial can rise to an effective prohibition if certain conditions are met. It used to be that those conditions were the applicant demonstrated a significant gap and that its proposed facility was the least intrusive means. In 2018, the FCC replaced that standard with what we call the materially inhibit standard, right? So it means any decision that limits or materially limits or inhibits any entity's ability to compete in any fair and balanced legal and regulatory environment, it's kind of a mouthful, would be an effective prohibition. So staff evaluated these under both of those standards, primarily because the Ninth Circuit hasn't told us which one applies in which situations, and because Verizon raised the significant gap, least intrusive means standard in its appeal letter itself. So staff concluded that it would not effectively prohibit the provision of service or Verizon's ability to provide that service because it had alternatives. The CTC report itself said that services from those locations in that A1 zone would provide the same type of service that Verizon was looking for in its low band frequencies and the same type of services in the mid band frequencies for outdoor and in vehicle. In the indoor services for the mid band, Verizon could actually cover a larger area that didn't already have those indoor services from mid band and still get about 33% of the area it would have covered if it got the Carmelo site. So taken together, it would be difficult to say that we would be materially inhibiting their ability to provide service if they're getting essentially the same type of service just from a location that is more consistent with the code. And that is the same result we would get through the significant gap, least intrusive means analysis. So the CTC report did find that there was an absence of coverage for some of these frequency bands. And that's okay, because if the facility that's being proposed is not the least intrusive means because there's a better alternative, it can still be denied and it's not an effective prohibition. So that, again, because we have that alternative, staff concluded that it wouldn't be an effective prohibition. Next slide, please. The final ground that Verizon raised in its appeal was that the denial would violate the statewide franchise rights it's got under the California Public Utilities Code. And this provision says that facilities, telephone corporations can place their lines and equipment in the public rights of way so long as it doesn't incommode the public's use. And the state Supreme Court has said that incommode means to unreasonably interfere with local interests like safety or even aesthetics. So it doesn't totally displace your police powers, and it certainly doesn't prohibit your ability to discourage it when there are better alternatives, both inside and outside the right-of-way, as we have in this case. So staff concluded that this ground lacked merit as well. Finally, I just want to mention a couple of issues that were brought up in the letter that the city received from Verizon about 2:45 today. There were a couple of different arguments that were raised for the first time, at least that I'd seen. The first one was that related to your zone height limit, because staff had originally recommended that you could make a finding that the facility would comply with the zone height limit in the Planning Commission report, but then changed its position that for some reason that made the requirement not published in advance. And the FCC requires that your standards be published in advance. But the fact is the 24-foot height limit was published in advance. It was published at the time that Verizon submitted the application, and it hasn't changed throughout this whole process. So we don't see a problem there. There was a note about the city should have changed its requirements to be more technically feasible by a certain date, April 15th, 2019. That was the effective date of the FCC's new small cell regulations. It wasn't a deadline to change your regulations. So the fact that you didn't change them isn't necessarily legally problematic. You could still change them if you wanted to, but you didn't have to if you could be applying them in a way that didn't cause an effective prohibition. And then finally, the Verizon raises an argument that the city hasn't proved that the Golden Bough site will work because we don't know if it's structurally sound enough as a building to support the equipment, or that right-of-way facilities on either side of that theater in that A1 zone would be feasible because we might need to work out something with PG&E about getting a pole placed mid-span. But it's not the city's job to work out those technical feasibility issues. It's actually the other way around. Under the legal framework, we're supposed to come up with alternatives. Verizon, or the applicant, whoever that may be, has got the responsibility to show that it's either not technically feasible or not potentially available. And so in this case, what I saw in the letter was just that there might be issues that we have to explore in order to determine if those ones could be fully worked out, but it doesn't necessarily mean that those alternatives are not worth considering in this case. Staff may have one or two more other points to raise, but at this point, I will turn it back over to Marnie, and I'll be available for any questions if you need.
Thank you, Tripp. Appreciate it.
So we do want to note one other thing from the letter that we received today from Verizon's counsel regarding the proposed equipment. So the letter indicated that it would not be out of character compared to other utility infrastructure in the vicinity, like electric transformers on wood utility poles. So staff just wanted to note that Verizon's proposed equipment is approximately 16 cubic feet, and the antenna would need to be placed 6 feet above the electric distribution lines, whereas a typical electric transformer is 11 cubic feet, and it's located below the distribution lines. So Verizon's equipment would be about 45% larger in volume and require that the pole be 6 feet taller. So there is clearly a distinction between the proposed project and other utility infrastructure in the vicinity. So lastly, regarding the council's option, staff's recommendation is that the council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission's denial of the project. Alternatively, the council can adopt a resolution on other grounds as appropriate. And then also just wanted to note that should you choose option number 2 to deny the project on other grounds, we would need to return with a revised resolution before the shot clock expires on December 17th. Another option before the council this evening would be to continue the hearing and direct staff to work with the applicant on evaluating an alternative location, such as the Golden Bough Theater. Under this option, the applicant would need to agree to extending the shot clock to provide a reasonable amount of time to complete this review. And the last option would be to direct staff to prepare a resolution of approval. And again, with the shot clock expiring on December 17th, we would need to return to the City Council with a revised resolution unless the applicant were to agree to extending that shot clock in order to allow that to happen. So with that, that concludes my presentation. I do want to turn it over now to the City Attorney, Mr. Pierik, to make a few comments.
Yes, thank you, Marnie. I just wanted to mention that you've heard from Tripp May of the telecommunications firm with regards to his legal analysis on the various issues. And I wanted to mention that the city has also retained to assist the telecommunications firm in the city with regards to these issues, the firm of Best and Krieger. And on the line today is Gail Carish of that firm, who will be available in addition to Tripp to assist with answering any questions on legal issues. So that's the end of my comment.
All right, well, if that concludes our presentation, are there any questions of our team here by council members before I open up for the applicant and then the appellant and the public? I don't see any. All right, is there a representative of the appellant here tonight?
Mayor, I do have a question.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, Bobby.
yes,
I couldn't
Mayor, this is Pete Shubin with Sequoia Deployment Services. Can you hear me?
Pete, yes, I can. I'm sorry. I apparently missed Bobby Richards. I didn't have the benefit of the full screen. Bobby.
A very good question. Exactly. This, just to be clear, this pole would serve the southwest portion of Carmel-by-the-Sea, correct?
Mr. Mayor, I believe, Marnie can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that's the stated coverage objective of Verizon is to serve the southwest corner of Carmel.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Pete, sorry about that. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is Pete Shubin, Sequoia Deployment Services. I'm
Pete,
here
how
tonight.
long do you need for your presentation?
Mr. Mayor, we request 20 minutes for 3 presenters with 5 minutes for rebuttal.
20 minutes, that seems kind of excessive. Can't do it in 15 with 5 for rebuttal?
We'll do our best to keep it to 15, sir.
All right, and 5 for rebuttal.
Okay, real fast, just some history we have been over before. Staff did a good job of mentioning most of it. This is
Pete, it looks like you got muted there.
Yeah, sorry, we lost you. Wasn't us. Ashley, let's restart the clock on Pete.
Am I back?
Yeah, there you
go.
go.
Are back.
Okay, please let me know if I get muted again.
Hopefully we won't have to.
This map that's on the screen is how we went from 5 locations in the city to 2, all outside of the R1.
Peter, I don't think we have you on your screen. Do you want to share your screen? Marnie, excuse me, Ashley.
Somebody else is, okay.
I'll keep the timer going in the background, Mayor.
Can you see the slide?
No, we cannot see your screen, Pete.
Why don't you pause the timer, Ashley, while he gets this together?
Yeah, I've got it. Yeah.
Can you see the slide now?
Yes, we can. South Carmel 101 locations.
Yeah, these are the 3 locations that we had set for South Carmel as we moved north out of the R1 zone and into the R4 zone where the project is proposed today. As is shown now, Marnie and Ms. Waffle had mentioned this. This is the project at 50 feet, all equipment on the pole. The staff report that we received last week had 4 main points of discussion that were new, brought up for this project to us with regard to vaulting, mid-mounting the antenna, which is the antenna down below 24 feet, the Golden Bough roof, and Golden Bough new pole potential on Casanova and the other street. This is the vaulting, a look at what it would take. Is vaulting possible? Yes, with very large impacts that would change the character of the public right-of-way. We would need to remove the tree that you see in the photo. The area beyond the dashed line would need to become a new curb and gutter, concrete sidewalk, vault, a meter pedestal, and vent stacks. That entire area would either be concrete or a planter that would have these components in it. We would also have to change the flow patterns of the street and the adjacent parking lot. This is another look at the same location where the vault would go with that tree removed, and this area would become a traditional concrete sidewalk, traditional curb and gutter to allow exiting of sump pump water in case there's any water that got into the vault, and then the vent stacks that would be necessary to vent the vault. It's also need to be noted that there's a disabled parking stall that is adjacent in the right-of-way, adjacent to that brick area. We took a look at this. It is not a currently compliant access to the property. It exceeds 12%. With this area, we'd also need to put in traditional handicap ramps to maintain the access. It is not clear to us if that could be made compliant. For all these reasons, vaulting here would be considered infeasible. It would drastically change the character of the public right-of-way. The mid-mount antenna idea would require other changes to the pole to make room. General Order 95, State of California, requires 6-foot clearance between conductors and communication lines, and that includes antennas. To make it fit on the pole, it could not go above the communication lines. There's simply not enough room to maintain clearances from the antenna to the conductors and from the antenna to the other communication lines. To put an antenna on this pole below 24 feet would require the raising of the secondary conductors and the raising of the comm lines and relocation of those lines to a horizontal cross arm to make space for the antenna down below. The new antenna would be below 24 feet. It would also be approximately 10 feet from the adjacent building that is 24 feet to its ridge line, or approximately at that height. So the building would screen and block the signal from the antenna, effectively drastically limiting the coverage area that a site with an antenna at that height could provide. Staff had brought up the Golden Bough. This is a view of the Golden Bough Playhouse on Monteverde Street. This is on the left side of the photo. There's a large tree. It's recently been cut. It's topped just above this photo. But off to the right side of the photo, you could see pine branches coming, and there's a large pine tree there, and then another small tree just on the right side of the photo. The only space in the public right-of-way would be on the sidewalk in front of the entrance to the Golden Bough Playhouse, adjacent to a handicap parking stall that would then inhibit access to that stall to the sidewalk. That would be on Monteverde Street. There's no other location there that would be adjacent to this zone and would not impact the trees. On Casanova Street, there's already 2 PG&E poles. Mr. May had mentioned intersetting a pole. That's what would need to be done here. A new PG&E pole would be placed. It would be dropped in between the conductors there. This is something PG&E has done, but it's their discretion if they would do it at this location. It would then support those conductors, and the same clearances that we discussed on the Carmelo location would apply here as well. This is also the ridge of the Golden Bough. This is the back of the building, the west side. And that 46 feet is an approximate measurement from the street right-of-way elevation. And from that elevation, you see those large tree limbs that would block the signal in addition to the conductors that are in those locations. So this area is problematic due to what we would call ground clutter, other elements, power lines, power poles, and that large pine tree there that is in between the Golden Bough roof and the location, the projected coverage area. The other poles that needs to be mentioned are not viable for PG&E rules. One has a primary riser, the other one has a transformer on it. That is what PG&E refers to as operable equipment, so those poles would be prohibited. It also needs to be noted that any location here would be closer to a residence, not a residential zone, but closer to an actual single-family residential structure than anything else proposed and considered on Carmelo. With that, I'd like to introduce Dwayne Bonham. He's the Verizon Wireless RF engineer who will like to discuss some technical aspects of the project, followed by Paul Albritton. He is Verizon Wireless outside legal counsel on this project. And Raj Mathur with Hammett and Edison is available for questions if the council would have any. Dwayne?
I think, Pete, I'll pick it up from here. Paul Albritton, outside counsel for Verizon Wireless. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Mayor Potter, members of the council, thank you so much for all of the time that you've spent reviewing Verizon Wireless's efforts to provide wireless service in Carmel. We have worked really for 4 years trying to work with the city, accommodate the city's concerns to bring needed service. The third-party review confirmed that we have gap in coverage in your community, in the area we're trying to cover. And so we're looking for ways to do that. We had, as you know, 5 sites were denied. We reached an agreement with the council, and we thought we were moving forward in a positive agreement. And in fact, the Planning Commission, the staff report to the Planning Commission, after having worked quite a bit of time with staff, recommended approval and actually made contrary recommendations to all of those that you heard this evening. And we, of course, agree with the conclusions of the staff report to the Planning Commission, and in particular that the aesthetic impacts of this facility, yes, you can see it. Yes, it's a utility pole, but it's the addition of telephone equipment on a telephone pole, a 2-foot antenna on top of a 6-foot riser, and a 6-foot, less than 2 feet wide cage on the side of the pole. And if you've seen macro cell towers, you know that this is really reduced aesthetics and what Verizon Wireless is doing throughout the state to provide service. And we think that the original position of the Planning Commission that this did not create, the Planning Commission staff report, that this did not create view impacts is the accurate determination. Similarly, we agreed with the staff report to the Planning Commission that denial of this facility would constitute a material inhibition of Verizon Wireless's attempts to provide service to the community. As you just saw, a 24-foot height limit would absolutely prevent Verizon Wireless from providing service from this pole or any other pole in the community where our antennas are the same height as adjacent structures. It just wouldn't work. And so it materially inhibits our ability to provide service. Equating the R1 and the R4, R1 prohibited zone, R4 discouraged zone is equivalent, basically prohibiting us from putting facilities in the right of way on existing poles. We also certainly believe, I think there's no question that materially inhibits our ability to provide service. And then finally, suggesting alternatives, as was done on private property, again, requiring us to enter into leases, do structural work, create a whole new facility, materially inhibits our ability to provide service. We think there's no question under federal law. And in addition, as you heard this evening, the recommendation that we change our antennas to directional antennas and add radios is dictating the technology that we would use to provide service to the community. And that's something that is definitely prohibited by federal law. A local jurisdiction can't dictate the technology. That's left up to the FCC. So we believe there's no question that there's material limiting and materially inhibition of the federal standard has been breached here. And we agree with that original Planning Commission's recommendation of staff. Similarly, under California Public Utility Code 7901, we have the right to put telephone equipment on telephone poles. Seems very simple. It's been a long-standing law, subject to reasonable aesthetic review by the city. But is it really reasonable for the reasonable aesthetic control to tell us that every right-of-way facility we apply for on every pole, whether it's prohibited or discouraged, is reasonable? If it blocks all of our wireless facilities in the right-of-way, clearly it's not reasonable, and our rights under 7901 have been violated. Verizon Wireless will enforce its rights, but in the spirit of trying to, I want to emphasize also that the Golden Bough has several problems, even if we were to allow it, decide that we would go with a private location in terms of, you just heard the interference of the trees and limiting our signal. That was not addressed by CTC. They did not look to near field effects of trees. And it would, as you heard, it would only provide approximately 2/3 of the area we want to cover. It covers more area, but not where we need it. It would be meeting up with the signals that we would be providing from the Sunset Center. All of that being said, Verizon Wireless, we've come a long way. Working with the council and working with your staff, I think I'm on my 4th city attorney at this point. and maybe the third planning director. The staff's third recommendation is to continue this, allow us to look at the alternatives that are proposed by staff. We didn't hear about them until last Friday. We never even considered standalone poles. We never would have thought the city would want us to put a new pole in a sidewalk, but we're willing to look at that. And so we would accept and would extend the tolling agreement in order to try and avoid a conflict and avoid a legal fight between us in order to continue to try and work with the city and accommodate its wireless needs. I will close there. I think we have a little bit more time.
About 2 minutes.
I don't know if Raj Mathur or Dwayne Bonham have anything they would like to add, or Pete, you have anything you would like to add? And with that, we will wait for rebuttal. And thank you very much again for your time, Mayor Potter and Council.
Thank you, gentlemen. Before I open it up to the public, are there any questions of our staff by council members? Just want to make sure we haven't changed anything. All righty. Okay, and you gentlemen will be available for questions by council members, I believe. Sounds good. All righty. Is there a representative of the group that's speaking tonight? I'd like to say that, redundancy in testimony can get a little tedious after a while. So I would suspect after about 20 minutes of public testimony, there's going to be nothing new that's been heard, going to be said. If you'd like to save some time, if you'd say, I agree with the previous speaker, that kind of thing. I think you have some sort of organized presentation. Mr. Lombardo, are you present?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I am. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. And so how much, you're going to have some people cede their time to you? Is that what your thought is?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My presentation is about 8 or 9 minutes. So if there are going to be 3 people cede me their time, I'll be as brief as possible.
Who are they? Could they speak, please?
The individuals are going to cede your time to me. Please speak. Please identify yourselves for Mr. Potter.
Okay, my name is Nancy Lewis. I yield my public speaking minutes to Tony Lombardo, representative of the Stop Cell Towers in Carmel Neighborhoods Group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person.
My name is Sue Dangle. I yield my public speaking minutes to Tony Lombardo, representative of Stop the Cell Tower in Carmel Neighborhoods Group. Thank you.
You have one more.
Good evening. My name is Kelly Campisi, and I yield my public speaking minutes to Tony Lombardo, representative of the Stop Cell Tower in the Carmel Neighborhoods Group. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Tony, you have 9 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anthony Lombardo on behalf of Stop Cell Towers and Carmel Neighborhoods. I'd first like to say I agree with the staff presentation by both Mr. May and Ms. Waffle and the staff recommendation for denial of the appeal. I think they're both legally and factually right on point. I wanted to also start by referring to a recent appeal in front of the city council, which this reminds me of a lot. At a prior city council meeting regarding development in the commercial district in Carmel, the city council advised the applicant and the appellant in that case for a project to work with the community, respecting its aesthetic and cultural values rather than trying to force a project through the city, which had widespread community opposition. I would say that Verizon would be well served by taking that advice to heart and trying to come up with a solution that is acceptable to the community. Briefly to recap some of what the staff said, the city denied an application in 2019. That application, by the way, was upheld by the Coastal Commission. So it's not only your city that found the denial appropriate, but so did the Coastal Commission. That was for 5 cell towers. The city and its staff worked with Verizon cooperatively already in identifying appropriate locations within and outside the city for Verizon to apply. 3 of those sites have been approved, including one on Sunset Center. And I don't believe, I'm not sure if any of them are operational, but I know that some of them are not operational yet, which I suspect would be provide interesting additional information on the need question or the supply question. The city has acted reasonably towards Verizon in the past, and so has your planning commission in this instance. Attempting to force through the approval of a 50-foot tall cell tower with its related equipment, which also, by the way, I'm not an expert in this field, but I understand that once it's there is unrestricted rights or additional rights to have additional equipment added to the facility, which would only increase its impact on the neighborhood. And in this location, in front of not only a residential neighborhood, but also in front of a hotel, which is on the National Register of Historic Places, is not reasonable, nor, by the way, is it required by either state or federal law. I think it's worth taking a moment to discuss what this appeal is about and what it's not about. And I say not about because there are several red herrings swimming around this appeal. So first, what this appeal is about is if the decision of the Planning Commission was in error either by law or in fact. In other words, did the decision violate city, state, or federal law, and was it based on substantial evidence, as Mr. May stated earlier? The reason, and in this case, I think the record is irrefutable that the commission followed the city code. Those code sections are allowed under state and federal law based on the court decisions that I'll reference in a moment. And the appellant in this case has not provided you with any evidence that proved any error occurred at the planning commission level, because it did not. There's ample evidence in the record that the proposed 50-foot tower would be inconsistent with at least 5 different sections of the Carmel Municipal Code, which are detailed in our letter to the city on December 3rd. And those conclusions were supported by substantial evidence by the Planning Commission in its decision. And the city has a legitimate right to control design and aesthetics within its boundaries, and that right has been upheld by the courts. Next, the appeal is not about cell towers in an R1 zoning district. The appellant has apparently inferred or possibly made overt threats to sue the city over its existing code language regarding cell facilities in the R1 zoning district. That threat is completely irrelevant to the appeal before you tonight. This tower is not proposed in an R1 zone, and your action on this appeal will have no effect on future applications in the R1 zone. If Verizon wishes to, or any other carrier wishes to propose a tower in the face of the community's expressed desire not to have towers in the R1 zone, they have the right to request an amendment to the city's code to allow such a tower, and the city can consider that request. Verizon would obviously have to show the necessity of that request to be located in an R1 zone, for which they haven't even shown one in the R4 zone. In any event, this is not what's before you tonight. It was not before the Planning Commission in September and cannot be the basis for overturning the Planning Commission's decision. Third, the appeal is not about the prior tolling agreement between the city and Verizon. It appears that the appellant may take the position that tolling agreement either mandates or directs the city to take some particular action. This agreement has, nor could it have, any control over your action tonight. It appears the appellant took advantage of the agreement to obtain the approval of 3 new towers, one of which is on Sunset Center, but is refusing to address the comments and concerns by trying to force through another site on Carmelo, which, interestingly enough, the appellant described in its July 19th, 2019 alternatives analysis as an inappropriate site to provide cell service for most of the South Carmel area due to the fact that it was a small cell site, and I'm quoting from that correspondence, had an inability to serve significant gap coverage, and therefore was not a feasible alternative because it would not solve the site and supply gap problem that they identified then. This, I have to say, calls into question the veracity and accuracy of the material that has been submitted to the city in this appeal. Now, in 2019, it was inappropriate and the incorrect site. Now it's the only site that's correct. I would say there must be another motive, because it can't be inadequate then adequate. I don't know what that motive is, but perhaps it's the ability to expand facilities on an existing site if you approve it. Fourth, the appeal is not about, or cannot be about, significant gap coverage or significant lack of ability to serve its customers. All three major cell phone providers in Carmel, T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon, have facilities in the city and coverage maps. All three promote their coverage within the city as being complete and adequate, without gaps in service or inability to provide adequate service. The Verizon promotional material attached to the letter that was sent by Rattan and Tucker shows their claims of coverage and ability to provide service. That's AT&T and T-Mobile also provide full and adequate coverage in Carmel without gaps or inadequate capacity, and with far fewer tower sites. In fact, I believe AT&T only has 2 tower sites for the entire city. So how could Verizon need so many more tower sites than they're representing to their consumers that they have full and adequate coverage now? The appellant is either misrepresenting the existing capabilities of its system to the public or misrepresenting its needs to the city. In either case, it also calls into question the credibility of evidence provided by the appellant and the weight which the city should or should not, in fact, should not give to that evidence. Finally, what is the appeal ultimately about is the ability of the city to control its land use and within its boundaries. There are at least 2 cases, and I'll conclude quickly, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, you will.
The T-Mobile case cited in the correspondence and the City of Portland case cited in the correspondence provide ample legal authority for the city to enforce its zoning and aesthetic regulations and deny the appeals.
Thank you, Mr. Lombardo. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, is there anybody else wishing to speak today? And I'm going to reinforce the fact that if there's several people that want to speak, brevity would be appreciated. Otherwise, I'm going to have to limit the testimony. We'll start out with the standard 3 minutes. If it goes more than 20 people, I'll cut it down to a minute. So let's try to be succinct. And if you agree with the previous speakers, please say, I concur with the previous speaker. Thank you for your attention. Something to that effect. All right, let's go. Hands up. Okay, it looks like the group in the, well, I don't know where you are, maybe the Playa Lounge or somewhere. You got your hand up. Cue them up. Say your name for the record. Move to the microphone.
Are we, Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm Bob Kavner, a resident of Carmel. Ever since Verizon has proposed building this 51-foot cell tower on Carmelo to cover a section of town that has around 300 homes, I have been perplexed at what is the economic model for spending the capital and the legal costs in order to get this done. They will spend about $250,000 to $500,000 for this tower. It makes no economic sense. It could not be recovered from cell phone fees alone. At most, they have a 30% market penetration among the 300 homes. And at best, these homes are occupied 50% of the time. So why do they want to do this for an addressable market of perhaps 50 homes? Their application on the surface makes no economic sense. They do not have a problem to solve. Verizon did not provide any customer records showing service problems. Our own extensive testing showed that there is no service gaps. And Verizon's website has a prominent map of Carmel promoting the fact that they already have full, reliable cell coverage to the south part of Carmel. On the surface, it is perplexing why they would risk their brand goodwill on doing something like this without a clear business opportunity. It makes no sense, particularly since Verizon has alternatives in the commercial district, on Sunset Center, on the macro cell site they have on Lobos Ridge, and on the higher ground around Carmel. The only common sense area to the question of why this 50-foot tower and the ones that will quickly follow is not about cell service. It is about Verizon's highly marketed strategy to build a broadband wireless entertainment network to compete with the Comcast service we already receive. Verizon has told Wall Street that they will earn much higher margins than just plain old cell service by streaming entertainment services like Netflix, Hulu, and Disney Plus. They even brand this strategy Verizon Home. Verizon's a good company. Their Verizon Home strategy may work largely in urban cities, but because it requires many tall towers with blocking our views, it does not work in small residential communities. For 100 years, successive city council has worked hard to preserve the beauty of our town. We ask that you support the Planning Commission decision and deny Verizon their appeal and keep the vision of Carmel alive.
Thank you, Mr. Kasner. Appreciate it. Next speaker. Queue up next to Mike next time. Let's go.
Hello, my name is Bill Lewis. My wife and I have resided on Carmel Street for over 30 years across from the proposed cell tower. We have very good Verizon cell reception within our home. If this aesthetically unpleasing cell tower is permitted within a residential neighborhood, it will result in an expanding number of similar facilities in other residential locations. Once approved, the Federal Telecommunications Act prevents the city of Carmel from denying similar applications from others registered with the FCC, such as AT&T and T-Mobile. Failure to insist on preferred locations for one applicant will require the city to apply the same standards to any and all future applications by wireless carriers. Many cities throughout the United States generally, and California in particular, have cause to regret not saying no to discouraged locations. In some areas, this has led to a large-scale proliferation of cell towers due to the requirements of non-discrimination. Cities can't say yes to one carrier and deny similar designs and locations to others. Some cities have held their ground and denied applications in areas where they would have an indisputable negative effect on neighborhood aesthetics. They have been spared the disastrous effects of once beautiful areas, such as La Jolla, that have suffered the ill effects of out-of-control cell tower proliferation. In their application, they're showing a battery backup, which will have cooling fans. I can just imagine someday when our house is sold, a real estate agent coming up with clients. The clients get out of the car, they look up, number one, and they see this huge tower. And then they hear this humming noise, and they say to the agent, "What is that?" He says, "Well, that's a Verizon cell tower with a backup battery with a fan to cool it." Issuing this permit would set a disastrous precedent on many levels. Do not set this course for all of Carmel-by-the-Sea neighborhoods. Please say no to Verizon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. Well done. Next speaker.
Mike Canning, I'm a realtor who's been selling real estate here in Carmel and Pebble Beach for 35 years, and a good segue. Thank you for tipping it off. I had the team run some data. Well, let me digress. The single greatest value component in our marketplace here in Carmel and Pebble Beach is value. I had the team run up some data, which I found very interesting. 2 years worth of sales in Carmel, distinguishing those properties that have views and those properties that don't have views. The delta is that the properties with views in Carmel are 42% higher valued, 42% higher because of their views than non-viewed properties. If you look at this 50-foot pole in that view shed, there is no doubt in my mind that it is going to have a materially negative impact on the value of the Ocean View properties that are affected. It will be substantial. And I'll surrender there.
Thank you, Mr. Cannon. Much appreciated. Well said. Next speaker.
My name is Tasha Witt. I'm a Carmel-by-the-Sea resident within 100 feet of the proposed cell tower. My Carmel-by-the-Sea neighbors who are Verizon customers tell me they have good 4G service. Anyone can check Verizon.com's website to see Verizon's self-proclaimed coverage maps showing full cellular service throughout Carmel-by-the-Sea to its customers. Residents decided to conduct citizen field tests using a 4G LTE Verizon cell phone in the zone Verizon claims needs service as application for the cell tower. We made phone calls and downloaded videos on every numbered street outdoors from 6th to 11th Street and every named street from Scenic Drive to Lincoln Streets, as well as on Carmel Beach, and in numerous homes with the Wi-Fi turned off indoors throughout the zone where Verizon claims the cell tower is needed to fulfill service. We conducted these tests between September to November on different days and different times of day. Our results showed the ability to make loud and clear phone calls at every site tested, including the ability to download videos at every site. I created a YouTube video link on the real world citizen field test, which I submitted to the City Council and which is also available publicly for anybody to watch, which demonstrates the ability to make loud and clear phone calls and download videos in Carmel-by-the-Sea on a Verizon 4G LTE cell phone. Our real world citizen field tests refute the notion that Verizon needs this 4G tower in a discouraged residential location. It should also be noted that Verizon has 11 approved cell towers in the vicinity of Carmel-by-the-Sea, which is plenty of radio frequency cell towers and antennas to cover 4G service to our 1 square mile village. 2 Verizon approved cell towers are right downtown in city limits, and one of these facilities has been approved for 2 antennas and is only 1,600 feet away from this proposal and is not even operational yet. In fact, there are 4 Verizon approved cell towers in the vicinity that are not even operational yet, which can provide further service to its customers in the future. In contrast, AT&T has 1 cell tower on Junipero and 7th Street, which is all AT&T needs to provide 4G and 5G LTE coverage throughout our village. Our real-world citizen field tests, Verizon's own marketing maps, and the fact that Verizon has 11 approved cell towers in the vicinity, 2 in town, and 4 not even operational yet, demonstrate that Verizon has plenty of alternatives and plenty of radio frequency to provide 4G service throughout Carmel-by-the-Sea. In addition to the 6 aesthetic and zoning violations to the planning commissions have cited as reasons for denying this cell tower, Carmel Municipal Code 12.08.60 states that there must be a need for this encroachment permit and it must not be contrary to the public interest. Verizon has not proven a significant need for this 4G tower proposed in a discouraged location, and the public is adamantly opposed to it. Our local officials cannot approve this application in this location.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Allison Kavner and I reside with my husband Bob at Camino Real, 3 northwest of 9th, adjacent to the historic La Playa Hotel. Most of you had an opportunity earlier this afternoon to look at the proposed site of Verizon's cell tower from our terrace and saw for yourselves the negative impact it would most certainly have on our quite extraordinary view, not to mention the certain devaluation of our property that would result, as Mike Canning just so succinctly pointed out. We are full-time residents of Carmel-by-the-Sea and have lived in this home since 2013 and in Carmel since 1998. We love Carmel. We love the aesthetic of this most beautiful and charming village by the sea. We salute the many elected and appointed officials who over time have shepherded this town through changing times, all the while with an eye toward keeping true to our Carmel municipal codes, thereby assuring that Carmel-by-the-Sea remains a quaint and compelling place to live and visit. Carmel Municipal Code Section 17.46.040.c states, quote, wireless communications facilities to every extent possible should not be cited to create visual clutter or negatively affect important public or private views as determined by the Planning Commission, end quote. The Planning Commission unanimously spoke to this and other valid points in reaching their considered opinions in denying Verizon's use permit. Our private view is obviously very important to us, but equally important in our minds is not opening the door to the inevitable proliferation of these unwanted ugly cell towers throughout residential areas should this application be approved. Please vote no and preserve the lovely character of Carmel as intended in the general plan of 1929, which states that the, quote, purpose and content of the general plan is to favor the general interest over the special interest in order to give durability to the Carmel experience and our special quality of living. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kavner. Thank you for letting us invade your home today. I appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Veronica Faustner. My husband Bob and I own Coast Guard, the yellow cottage with the white fence on Carmelo 2 southwest of 8th, directly across the street from the proposed Verizon cell tower, actually 50 feet from my bedroom window. The proposed cell tower at 50 feet tall from our master bedroom window, which we consider in front of our home, the equipment now being proposed will be housed in a 6-foot tall shroud on this 50-foot pole between 11 and 17 feet above the ground with antennas. In addition, a PG&E meter and disconnect switch box will be located between 7 and 9 feet above the ground as well. Or as originally proposed and denied, a 13.5 wide by 7-foot tall furniture cabinet. Can you imagine what that's going to look like as people walk by and we all look out of our windows? Wow. La Playa is zoned R4, but it is an island surrounded by R1. R1 is restricted for cell towers. R4 is discouraged. And in this case, the City Planning Commission, in the denial of their application, agreed that this was not an appropriate location for a cell tower, and they had every right to do that. This cell tower cannot be screened from public viewing from the R1 homes who look into it or the La Playa Hotel guests with view quarters, which would then include this proposed visually ugly, massive, and possibly unhealthy and noisy cell tower with shrouded equipment. Put bluntly, this cell tower will not preserve the visual character and aesthetic value of the village, but rather create visual clutter and negatively affect the important public and private views. In this case, it does both. One thing that Verizon has brought up is emergency response, so I thought I'd spend a little bit on that. We have experienced emergencies in the 1989 earthquake, 2007 earthquake, and more recently the 2017 and 2019 fires in Napa and Sonoma. We own property in Napa at Silverado, and at the time I was on the HOA and SPOA boards. Many of our neighbors did not receive alerts, nor did they know once they were notified by the sheriffs driving around with sirens on what was going on or where to evacuate. These disasters over the years found the same issues. Some groups did not receive wireless phone alerts directly. These included tourists, the elderly, farm workers, migrants, those with impaired hearing, non-English speaking, and if at night, those of us who turn our phones off. Cell towers go down, wind, fires, flood, battery backups don't always work and are more limited than fuel generators. If the power goes out, cell phones can't be recharged and alerts can't go out without power. TVs are out for information and radios unless battery operated don't work. High-low sirens, bullhorns, air raid systems, knocking on doors, these backup systems still work extremely well.
Veronica, your time is up. I'm sorry.
I have more.
No, you do, but you're out of time. I'm sorry. Next speaker.
Dear Carmel Town Council, my name's Dion Campisi. My family has owned the home next to the La Playa Hotel parking lot for 58 years now. Installing the Verizon tower 15 to 20 yards from our home would be extremely aesthetically unpleasing for us and our surrounding neighbors. Erecting a cell phone tower on Carmelo Street, 2 blocks from the beach, goes against Carmel's natural landscape that the town council and planners have spent many decades trying to protect and preserve. When my family decided to renovate our home in 2016, we spent many hours with the planning department to ensure our home followed the town's strict architectural guidelines. Finally, I have been a Verizon customer now for 20 years. This is actually a Verizon iPad. I've got great signal here. I've never had a problem in Carmel. I know other people have mentioned that as well. So My hometown is in San Jose, the capital of the Silicon Valley. I've got better service in Carmel on Carmelo Street than I do in San Jose and in Los Gatos. I would like to ask Verizon to let's focus on the metropolitan areas, like the Silicon Valley, not the small, quaint beach towns like Carmel-by-the-Sea. My family members and I hope the town council votes against the installation of the Verizon tower. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Campisi. I appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hi, everyone. My name is Christy Hollenbeck. I have existing reliable service at my house for calling and downloading. Why have other communities been able to be proactive and keep cell towers out of residential neighborhoods? Why can't Carmel do the same? We have one of the most beautiful and charming villages in the world. We need to protect it. Monterey and Seaside have successfully turned down Verizon's attempt to build cell towers in their residential neighborhoods, and 5 years later, residents of those communities still have excellent cell service. Despite the threats, Verizon did not sue them when their towers were denied. In 2019, City Council and Planning Commission unanimously denied Verizon's application for 5 cell towers in Carmel's residential neighborhoods for very similar reasons as in 2021. They violate Carmel's zoning, municipal codes, and general plan. A community has a legal right to decide its aesthetics, zoning, and overall appearance. The California Supreme Court established that cities do have local authority to protect aesthetics, beauty, and public areas. The court also ruled that these criteria are not subject to federal or state preemption. I want to thank you, the city council members and staff, for your past support of our community's aesthetic values. I thank you, Jeff Barron, because he ran for city council on a platform of protecting and standing up for aesthetics, views, and quality of life in of Carmel's visual character. He praised Carmel's tradition of strict zoning. Okay, sorry.
What the fuck is she doing?
I'm making myself laugh. Okay, Jeff Barron was concerned about the possibility that if approved, Verizon would be able to increase the size of towers. And he said that that pole is going to get taller and it's a blight. I think that pole is going to be a big pole in the middle of a view, and our code specifically addresses concerns. Oh gosh, okay. So anyways, I think I'll skip over some of this because I laughed too much. But anyways, what has changed from 2019 to 2021? This is still a residential neighborhood, and all the reasons for rejecting cell towers in 2019 are still valid now. The residents of Carmel clearly do not want cell towers near their homes. This has been made clear by close to 1,000 letters and postcards sent to City Hall. Stand up for our community and be the residents and the community and the residents of Carmel like you did in the past. Be heroes that say no to corporate pressure. Let's stay united as a community and keep Carmel beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hollenbeck. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Dylan Witt. I'm a Carmel resident. Carmel-by-the-Sea resident. We need to protect the character of Carmel-by-the-Sea. This to me is a historic town that epitomizes coastal aesthetic beauty. It is a unique town of only 1 square mile. This town without streetlights, with strict building codes that uphold our character. People around the world visit here, and people here that live here go to extremes to live in this town. Verizon wants you to believe that your hands are tied and you must accept their proposal. This is not true. Verizon wants you to think that Carmel-by-the-Sea codes are preempted by state and federal laws. They are wrong. Local zoning authority is constitutionally guaranteed. Cities have the rights to preserve local aesthetic standards as long as doing so does not result in a prohibition of service. No prohibition of service will result in the denial of this permit. You therefore have the power, authority, and duty to deny Verizon's appeal of the Planning Commission's unanimous denial. Courts are deferential to local decision makers, especially in beautiful coastal areas seeking to preserve codified strict aesthetic standards. The California Supreme Court specifically reserves the rights of municipalities to regulate the placement of cell towers on the basis of aesthetic impacts. The law states that telecom companies may not access the public right-of-ways in a manner that incommodes the public. The California Supreme Court ruled that the term incommode includes aesthetic impacts. Federal court decision has also upheld this principle. Verizon currently has not provided any true proof that there is a significant gap and already has 4 towers approved which are currently not operational and will only improve their self-proclaimed reliable service throughout Carmel-by-the-Sea. The current proposed tower is only 1,600 feet from the approved tower on Sunset Center, which is not operational. The Sunset Tower will only improve coverage. If there is a future need that arises, there are less invasive and code-compliant alternative locations and strategies available. Verizon wants you to believe that this is their end game. It is very clear they are trying to place a tower in a residential area in order to pave the way for numerous other towers, which already has happened in other coastal cities like La Jolla. The City Council must do their job and uphold the Planning Commission's unanimous decision to deny this tower in Carmel-by-the-Sea and uphold our beautiful community. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. Next speaker.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jan Ramers, and I want to compliment you on selecting an excellent Planning Commission. As a 6-year former member of the Planning Commission and a one-term council member, I fully understand the time it takes to read the staff reports and delve into the facts surrounding any issue. Your Planning Commissioners have done just that. The reasoned statements made by each one confirm the position that they took in denying the Verizon request for a wireless tower on Carmelo between 8th and 9th. Chairman Michael LePage summed up the position when he referred to the ordinance that discourages cell towers in the R4 zone. What does the word discourage mean, I thought. So I decided to look at Webster's dictionary and see what it said about it, and I quote, "To obstruct by opposition or difficulty, hinder, to express disapproval of," end quote. Clear definitions show that the denial is appropriate. Another commissioner, Stephanie Locke, also referred to the R4 ordinance and included convincing comments quoting the municipal code that reaffirmed the position for denial. The decision was not hasty and was made with careful deliberation and deference to our ordinances and our codes. It is what we expect our planning commissioners to do and why their decision should be held in high esteem. The denial is for this specific location. Other locations out of the R1 and R4 neighborhoods should be considered. In fact, it was stated in the planning department's resolution for denial that there are other locations less than a half mile from this one that are technically feasible and are not discouraged by the code. Verizon is encouraged to evaluate those alternatives. It has also been suggested that a community member or two might be included in the conversation in finding a more appropriate workable location for Verizon. Please uphold the decision made by the very well-versed and sound Planning Commission and deny the Verizon tower in this location in this neighborhood. Our planning commissioners are the gatekeepers for Carmel, and their judgment needs to be respected. Thank you so much.
Jan, thank you. Good to hear from you. Next speaker. Are you guys done?
Yes.
Okay, good.
No, we're not done.
All right. How many more?
Maybe five.
Okay.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Alessandra Dramov. My family has lived in Carmel for 50 years. I have written 3 books on Carmel history, and I'm working on a 4th. This proposed Verizon cell tower would be next to Carmel's second oldest and most beautiful historic hotel, La Playa, and across from an historic house that is almost seen as an extension of the hotel and surrounded by residences in all directions. As someone who has spent many years living in Carmel and researching Carmel's history, the idea of putting a 51-foot tall industrial cell tower in a residential neighborhood fundamentally goes against everything the city stands for.
Allison, you muted yourself, or something's gone wrong here. Can't hear you. And your time is running. Hello? All righty, we're gonna have to move on then. There's another speaker if you're not gonna approve the surfacing.
And Mr. Mayor, it seems as if they've lost their audio altogether. I just sent them a message on the side via the chat. It looks like they're realizing what's going on right now.
Okay.
We could
give it
Mayor,
another
we could move on, Mayor, and come back to them, and they could use.
That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Thank you, Brian.
Are we?
All right.
Oh, there we go.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
How far back should I go?
You got 1:55 left.
Okay. Did you hear about the general plan?
I know about the general plan. I don't know what I know here to hear about now.
Okay. Aesthetics matter a lot in Carmel. Magazines such as Travel and Leisure consistently rank Carmel as one of the prettiest and best towns in the U.S., usually the only one from California and one of the only ones on the entire West Coast. That beauty and uniqueness comes from not having things that other cities do that makes them ordinary, like 51-foot tall industrial cell towers that soar well above the existing tree line, sticking out like a sore thumb, hampering views, and having accompanying unsightly massive ground equipment in the public right-of-way, creating jarring visual clutter for the daily dog walkers, pedestrians, joggers, runners, and bike riders who routinely pass along this popular block of Carmelo Street. The repercussions of placing this cell tower in a residential neighborhood would be far lasting and may irreparably change the look of Carmel forever. This is a community-wide issue, and we ask that you listen to the community. To all of Carmel's highly respected civic groups that are opposed to this tower, the Carmel Residents Association, Carmel Cares, the Village Preservation Committee, Friends of the Forest, the Carmel Garden Club, and 4 former mayors who combined served Carmel for a quarter century. And to the nearly 1,000 Carmel residents who have sent in hundreds and hundreds of postcards and letters overwhelmingly and virtually unanimously against this cell tower. We ask you to please deny Verizon's appeal for the proposed Carmelo Street cell tower location and let the Planning Commission's unanimous decision to deny the permit to stand. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Hi there, my name is Janice Bradner, and I have been in Carmel for 22 years. Allowing Verizon to install a tower in an R4 area is the thin edge of the wedge. One only has to look at a cell tower map of a tourist-friendly area such as La Jolla to see the saturation that cell providers feel they need to make 5G viable in a small town. Once that door is open, what is to stop other cell phone providers from wanting to blanket the town with their technology? If you're questioning whether it's feasible to stop this intrusion, you can look at other small California towns such as Mill Valley, San Anselmo, and Ross to see that a precedent has been set to block these towers from residential areas. Carmel residents have long desired and are increasingly anxious to have utility wires placed underground, and not just for aesthetic appeal. If the recent California wildfires have taught us anything, there's a real fire danger with the exposed utility wires. We all have experienced painful power outages caused by trees toppling the wires. Residents and first responders already hold our collective breath when a major storm comes through, and we're extraordinarily fortunate that there hasn't been a devastating fire at this point. Proliferation of cell towers on top of existing utility poles in residential neighborhoods will make it that much more difficult to move these wires underground and potentially increase the danger due to falling trees and vehicle accidents toppling the repurposed utility trees. Technology is constantly evolving. Who remembers the large air-conditioned rooms that contain computer equipment that has a fraction of the computing power that we now have with our cell phones? Verizon and other providers have heavily invested in this technology and have used the promise of their 5G coverage as a reason for people to sign up with them instead of their competitors. Hence their desire to expedite the installation of current technology without regard to the safety or the desires of the residents of our small town. Put another way, does Verizon want us to compromise our city's safety and values to accommodate their technological solution just because they're anxious to deliver on a sales pitch? Please challenge Verizon and other cell phone providers to adapt and devise technological solutions that will ensure the safety of the residents and maintain the character of our beautiful village while providing the cell coverage they feel they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Next speaker.
We have 3 more speakers.
Good, Greg, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Potter, City Council, and members of the community. My name is Sherry McCarty Hamlin, and I'm a 45-year resident of Dolores Street in Carmel-by-the-Sea, California. Public speaking is not one of my strong points, but when I found out that Verizon wanted to put a 50-foot tower on beautiful Carmelo Street, I felt I had to speak up. Carmel-by-the-Sea is one of the most beautiful, unique towns in America, in my opinion, and is treasured by people from all around the world. I celebrate daily that I have the privilege and the opportunity to live here with the beach, the beautiful architecture, the forest, the people, and the clean air. We're a small village, unfortunately having to stand up against Verizon, which is a mega giant corporation. I wholeheartedly support the planning department's decision to deny their application for an inappropriate, ugly, and noisy 50-foot tower. The only word I can come up with to describe Verizon's idea is that it's outrageous. The tower idea is so wrong on so many levels that I will not spend my 3 minutes going into detail. We all know it would permanently mar not only the visual, the views, and the beauty of the place we all call home, but possibly expose residents to unknown health hazards as well. We need to protect Carmel and its beauty, aesthetics, and charm at all costs. That's who Carmel is, and that's what Carmel has always been. Who would want a tower outside of their home? This is the residential district they're talking about, and this is an eyesore. This is an application for a 4G. What will happen when they want to bring in 5G? How will that alter their application and their tower? Thank you for this opportunity to convey my thoughts. I stand here united with my neighbors and friends that say no to Verizon. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Appreciate it. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor and council members, my name is Carol Hall, and I'm here representing the Carmel Village Preservation Group, which stands at several hundred people. We are concerned, of course, with the aesthetics of Carmel, always, and the charm of Carmel. And we feel that this tower jeopardizes that charm. And I stand, in keeping this brief, with other speakers who have wanted to deny the 5G tower. Thank you.
Thank you, Carol. You win the award for brevity so far. Nicely done. Next speaker.
We have 1 more speaker, and then Mary Crow from La Playa.
Good, thank you.
Mayor Potter and the council. My name is Gene Dangle. I think I'm the only one here who is not a resident. My wife and I live in Walnut Creek, but we have been frequenting Carmel for over 40 years. So I guess I'm here to represent the rest of the people of the world that don't live here, that enjoy Carmel for all the reasons that you've heard from everyone else that spoke tonight. I think it would behoove you and the rest of the council to listen to your constituents, because they have the passion, they have the skin in the game that the rest of us don't have. We want to continue to be able to come to Carmel for all the reasons that they've stated. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Mary Crow, I believe.
We have a gentleman that would like to speak.
I'm sorry.
Next speaker coming.
Hello. Hello.
Hi, are you, this is the Stop Cell Tower from Carmel Neighborhoods Group?
Yep. Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes. I've lived here for 70, I don't know, gosh, no, I mean, a lot of stuff, but I'm a firefighter, or was, for 43 years here, and all I wanted to say was the more air there, or but the more air, or the lines, excuse me.
So we're having a hard time hearing you.
It's
I'm going to deny the cell tower.
Pardon?
Better.
Oh, what did you say? Oh, I just wanted to say that the lines in the sky are not good anywhere. And the more you have, the more people die and other things go. So, does that work? I don't know.
And now we have Mary Crow.
All righty, Mary.
Good evening, Mayor Potter and City Council. Excuse my voice. I will be brief. I want to thank you for your leadership and the difficult job that you have in being the stewards of our incredible community. I know it's not always easy. I am a resident of Carmel and work here at La Playa, and I'm so grateful to live in this community. I will thank you in advance for your support and for voting your conscience this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. All right, I believe that represents the testimony from the La Playa crowd. So why don't we go out to the rest of the community now? So,
Hello.
Ashley, I'm going to let you be the metering of this because I can't see the entire screen. So I can see Jessica Branham. Is that right?
Hi, Mayor. It's Jeannie Branham.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're
That's
right.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Potter, distinguished council members, and city staff. My name is Jeannie Branham, and I am Vice President and Senior Counsel for Grossman Company Properties, the company that manages the legendary La Playa Carmel Hotel. At the August 11th Planning Commission hearing, I personally expressed opposition to Verizon's application for this unusually large and bulky 51-foot wireless tower. I'm hoping that today, on your tour, you realize that this tower will be within a few feet of our beloved pool villas, our award-winning European gardens, and next to the parking lot that is used exclusively by our hotel guests. Now, Verizon in its appeal claims that its tower, now with the proposed 6-foot by 2-foot large metal shroud attached 11 feet from the ground, will not irreparably harm and forever change the historic and special character of La Playa and the Golden Rectangle neighborhood. We disagree with Verizon's assessment. Our guests come from all over the world to be transported to this special place, which is like no other. Before they step foot in La Playa, they will park in this parking lot. And if approved, this tower will literally loom large over our beloved guests before they enter into the gardens to step foot and walk over to the check-in desk. Views that have been historic at La Playa for over 100 years in several of our guest rooms, the iconic Pacific Terrace, and our legendary outdoor spaces will be forever diminished and lost to future generations. And please do not forget, Verizon has the ministerial authority to increase the height, the width, and other design elements with no oversight from the city or from the residents. Now, Verizon claimed in its statement tonight, in its letter, that that is a relevant consideration. But Verizon's counsel also said tonight on the record that we cannot dictate technology, which I found very interesting, because to me that says that whatever, if it gets approved, we won't know what this thing will look like months from now, much less years from now, because we can't dictate technology. So I would just leave you with this. Other cities, like residents have said, have successfully positioned themselves to protect their aesthetic values and historical character. Why would we think Carmel-by-the-Sea is less worthy of that protection? I'm here to tell you it's not. La Playa Carmel supports the unanimous decision of the Planning Commission. We support the recent recommendations of the city staff, and respectfully, we support your hopeful denial, outright denial of Verizon's application tonight. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jeannie.
Sarah
Jess.
Boyle, you're up next.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for your service. I am Sarah Boyle. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove. I'm a past planning commissioner of the city of Pacific Grove, but most importantly, I am the daughter of Bill and Nancy Lewis, who are sitting with their neighbors at La Playa right now. Their home is directly across the street from the proposed cell tower site. I I just want to say I want to thank staff for their recommendation for upholding the Planning Commission's denial. I also wanted to thank the city attorney for the beautiful appeal analysis. It was very clear and succinct. I want to urge you all to choose option 1 to uphold the Planning Commission's denial. You, the council, were elected by the people for the people. So I'm hoping that you will support your staff, support your Planning Commission, and support your community, and deny, deny, deny. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
Jeff Melching, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I'm Jeff Melching. My client is the La Playa Carmen Hotel. As you know, we've sent you a couple letters over the last couple days, one on December 2nd and another one on December 6th, supporting the staff's recommendation. We stand by the comments made in those 2 letters and fully support the recommendations of your staff, your legal counsel, and your unanimous Planning Commission. I do want to spend just a couple of minutes talking about the letter that you received from Verizon very late today. Just a couple of points. First, and really most striking to me, is that Verizon bookends its letter. It begins it and it ends it by threatening to sue you. Its parting comment is that you should, and I'm quoting them, avoid certain litigation by approving the proposed small cell. Respectfully, Verizon's threat is based on Verizon's legal analysis. And that's something that your legal counsel has thoroughly reviewed and categorically rejected. That'd be your city attorney, your special counsel, and your additional special counsel. More important than that, Verizon should heed its own advice. Rather than engaging in certain litigation, after the appeal is denied tonight, Verizon should take a hard, honest look at the alternatives the city, with the help of its technical experts, has identified. That's the correct path forward. One more quick point, and this amplifies something that Mr. May said earlier. This relates to Verizon's claim of a significant gap in coverage. What you saw from the city's analysis tonight is that the city has identified solutions that address major portions of the area that Verizon says it seeks to serve. Verizon's response, paraphrased here, but I don't think I'm missing it, is that unless the city identified alternatives perfectly replicate the coverage from the Carmelo site, that's a significant gap in Verizon's estimation. Like your legal counsel, we urge you to reject that argument. If you measure significance by Verizon's desires, then at least in the telecommunications realm, you've ceded your local control. Your idea of what it is to control the aesthetics of your city will be determined by Verizon's notion of what constitutes a significant gap. And respectfully, that can't be an acceptable outcome. We appreciate the job that you do as stewards and guardians of your fine city. Thank you.
Jeff. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it.
Phone number ending in 546.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Yes, I'm on San Antonio between 8th and 9th, number 5. I'm just 100 feet away, and I concur with everything that's been said previously.
That was beautiful. Thank you. Very concise and very direct. Ashley, anybody else?
Mayor, at this point, I don't see any other hands raised, and I'm not seeing anybody who's trying to unmute. So if you want to speak,
now's your chance.
Now is your chance. Unmute yourself or raise your hand, please.
All right, well, seeing no one, I appreciate the public's testimony. I appreciate you staying within time constraints. Very well done. What we have now is 5 minutes of rebuttal by the appellant, I believe. So Peter or Paul, one of you guys want to go?
It's Paul.
Paul Albritton, can you hear me?
Yep.
Great. Thank you again, Mayor Potter and Council, for all of the time that you've devoted to reviewing Verizon Wireless's efforts to provide wireless service into Carmel. I want to address a couple of quick points. There was a lot of testimony.
Ashley White has started screen sharing. Displaying Ashley White's
Somebody's screen sharing. There is a lot of discussion regarding whether there is a gap in Verizon Wireless service, and we submitted this today, a drive test that shows exactly the area that we're trying to cover in the western and southwestern, south of Ocean Avenue area that we're trying to cover. Your own consultant confirms that we've got a deficiency in our coverage down there. And I want to emphasize that Verizon Wireless is moving into over 80% of its frequency bandwidth will be in the mid-band range that just can't be brought in from the tower 3 miles away on Lobos Ridge. And that's why we need to densify our network, is the word, in order to provide that service. And we don't have to show a gap. Under the small cell order, we merely have to show that we're enhancing service, densifying our network, improving our service in order to meet that standard in terms of the quality of service that we can provide. We do have to follow aesthetic standards, and we're doing as best we can. And in that regard, we feel that adding antennas to an existing utility pole is the least aesthetic impact compared to the various types of different facilities that can be installed in the community, from cell towers, as they were described this evening, to fake trees, to whatever it may be. I have to comment on the questions about Section 6409 or the Spectrum Act. In this particular case, in order to increase the size of that, in order to place our facilities on that pole and make it a structurally stronger, more fire-safe pole, which would be the case here if we replaced it, we have to replace the pole. If there were any additions to this pole, PG&E rules and structural requirements would very much likely require that that pole be replaced, in which case it takes it out of any ministerial approval of any changes of technology on that pole. I have to say quickly that the federal government now relies on WEA, wireless emergency alerts. And in the 2017 fire, where I am up here in Santa Rosa, there were no alerts sent, and 44 people perished. The next year, the following year, wireless emergency alerts were sent to people's cell phones, and there were no deaths at all. So in terms of public safety, in terms of fire safety, wireless services are essential. Public infrastructure or infrastructure that serves the public is very difficult to locate, whether it is a grease trap like you were talking about earlier tonight, a stop sign, a red curb, whatever it may be. This pole it'll be visible, but we've reduced the aesthetic impacts as much as possible, but we're providing an extremely important service to enhance our network and to allow it to use these mid-band frequencies going forward. Seaside was mentioned. I just have to say, Seaside, originally we proposed a tower in a church steeple. The Seaside community asked us to review small cells. We reviewed small cells and proposed them. They rejected those, and we ended up in a church steeple. So Verizon Wireless, once again, worked very closely with the community. Our problem here is that it was noted that this location we said was inappropriate, and it's true. It's not as desirable as our original proposed location on San Antonio at 10th. That's still our preferred location. We keep getting moved north and keep getting moved east away from our coverage area. Moving to the alternate locations moves us further east and closer to our already proposed location at the Sunset Center. And that, in essence, is our problem with the continuing relocation of these poles to try and accommodate community needs. However, I stand behind my prior comment. Verizon Wireless has come this far, worked 4 years with the community, with multiple planning directors, one who actually selected the poles that we went to originally, to working with you on an agreement, and at this time, we are willing to accept the staff's third recommendation and see if the alternate locations they've proposed could possibly be workable for us. We would like to do that instead of litigation.
Thank you.
Because there is a statute of limitations on federal actions. If you make a decision tonight, that statute of limitations begins. and it puts us in a position where we have to decide upon litigation. If you continue, we can continue to work together to see if there is a solution that makes sense for the community. And I'll close there. Thank you very much for all of your time this evening.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate your conciseness.
Ashley White has stopped screen
All right,
sharing.
we're going to take a
Displaying Potter's
15-minute
video.
bio break and return at 7:30 so we can finish tonight's business. I want to thank the public for their participation and their concise presentations. Thank you very much. All right, we'll see you back at 7:30.
Yeah, it defaults to being off. My sound is on.
Are they going? Can they press any?
Hello, Mayor.
How you doing?
Good. I ate a payday on my break. Real nutrition.
Yeah, no, actually, I like those. They're the ones with the peanut butter, right? And the nougat roll center.
I love them.
Yeah, no, they're really good. Actually, not that bad for you either, oddly enough.
So let's all compare. I had some chicharrones.
I have these little chocolate nips that they're like little bitty round things. You get them down at the that sweet chocolate shop down at the mouth of the valley. My mother-in-law and my aunt-in-law, they bought 2 bags of them for my birthday last month. So I've been nibbling away at those, kind of conservatively, but I kind of binged a little bit tonight.
I saved up little Hershey's things from
Roasted nuts for me.
The Hershey nuts from lunch today.
Yeah, the little peppermint ones.
Aaron, I saw you squirreling those away.
I know. I ate them all. I brought a cup full of them home. Now I just have wrappers. Where is everybody?
I don't know. It's 7:30, isn't it?
Let's start.
Yeah, right. All right, Ashley, are we back in open session?
We're back in open session, Mayor.
All right, thank you. All right, we're back. We brought it back to council for questions, deliberations, possible motions, consideration. Bobby, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I'll go. Well, I think this question is probably going to go to Paul. So, Paul, I kind of wrote it down so I wouldn't lose track, but you heard from dozens, if not hundreds of our residents today in the very area that would benefit from your Verizon service. And I just wanted to ask you one question, but I want you to answer this question without using the word federal, because let's take word federal out of it for now and just think of us as a town. And why would you want to provide something that the majority of the residents don't even want?
Paul, I was directed to you.
Paul,
hopefully you're still here.
That's a good question.
Mr. Mayor, we're all still here. I'll go get them for you.
Pete. Yeah, why don't you, Pete? Why don't you go ahead, Zubin? Thank you.
You see his name there.
Pete, you want to answer the question instead?
Yeah, I would take it from any of the Verizon.
And this is Dwayne Bonham, the RF engineer for the site. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. What we have is a capacity issue there. Our coverage maps do show coverage there. We have coverage there, our base level 700 and 800. That is fine. What we have is a gap in service where the higher frequencies, which is the direction of all the new spectrum that we're getting and all the new technology to provide service, there's a gap there that will not reach from the downtown site to that area or from the mountaintop site to that area. On a major cell site, that frequency, the mid-band frequencies will reach out about 2 miles. The mountaintop site's 3 point something miles away. And from a small cell, they'll reach out a quarter mile or less. The downtown site, while it is technically a macro, the antennas are so low that it provides coverage similar to what we call a small cell because of the low antenna height.
But when I asked the question early on, who does this serve? And you guys said the Southwest Quadrant. And Correct. So I'm asking you if you've heard from almost everybody in the Southwest Quadrant that they don't want your service, why would you force it on them?
We know there's going to be problems there as traffic continues to grow on the network.
But what if you've explained that and they still don't want it?
And in the case of an emergency, if you guys as a community have some type of emergency there,
we have a siren. We have a siren that goes off if there's an emergency.
Oh, okay. Our data shows from numerous emergency events around the state that traffic goes up 2 to 3-fold anytime there's a disaster, with people coordinating their evacuation plans, checking on loved ones. communicating on how to get pets and animals. You name it. There's a million things that we all use devices for.
All right, well, thank you.
Okay,
Paul
well,
Albritton here. I'm sorry. Was the question why do we need the service if the residents don't want it? Is that what the question was?
yeah, well,
sorry.
yeah. It's sort of, I guess, in a way, a Will Rogers type of a question. It's like you're selling something or providing something that nobody in that area wants or feels that they have a need for it, yet you want to put something there regardless. And I'm just not sure why. It's like, why are you, like Mr. Haney selling something?
Well, it's just the same thing as any statewide concern, which wireless facilities are considered to be a statewide concern. Same as small cells are considered to be a statewide concern, which is a state constitutional concept, as well as a federal concern, that we provide a ubiquitous network. And the reason that we were sold this FCC license, this national FCC license, was to provide a nationwide service. And if every community said, oh, we don't want it here, we'd have a patchwork of service across the United States, and we would not have a complete service. So it's no different than a community saying, oh, we don't want a highway through our community, or a state saying we don't want a highway through our state.
Well, I think that's different.
Well, okay. Let me also say that we have a group of people, and I said this before, a public infrastructure like a stop sign or a red light, the person right next to it doesn't want it. So you've always got immediate concerns around it, but it's serving a much broader area. It's serving more people. It's creating a ubiquitous network for your visitors who come, for Car Week, for any emergency. And your siren, I hear you about your siren, but the wireless emergency alerts have been adopted as a federal standard. And I have personal experience, they save lives. And it's something that if you have any number of community emergencies, these facilities are going to save lives, whether it's locating a lost individual from pinging a cell phone from somebody on the beach to any number of things, or calling for an emergency, medic from the beach or any other location within the town. There's a million reasons why this facility, or why these facilities go beyond the individual that lives next door to them.
So what I'm going to take away from my question, which was, why would you want to provide something that this residents in the area that you're providing doesn't want it, is because Verizon is concerned about their safety.
It's concerned about providing a nationwide reliable network. And we honestly believe that there is, and we haven't done it here, but we've done messaging and polling and so forth. A majority of people want cell service. They want to be able to communicate. The amount of data that's going through the wireless network has doubled in the last 4 years. The average home has 13 connected devices. And this is something that, if you had a broad vision of your community, would be a service that they feel is important and that they want to have.
All right, if I might, Bobby, just instead of delving down into the merits of Verizon's business plan, I think I'd rather frame tonight's discussion around a motion. I'll go ahead and make the motion, and then if I get a second, we can have discussion around that motion. That's kind of a good way to get things moving. I'm going to move to adopt a resolution 2021-084, denying, with attachment 1, denying an appeal APP 21-360, and upholding the Planning Commission's denial of design review use permit DR/UP 21-115 Verizon Wireless Carmel, and associated coastal development permit for the installation of the operations of a wireless telecommunication facility located on the east side of Carmelo Street between 8th and 9th Avenues in the multifamily residential district, R4 district. If I get a second, we can have some discussion around that. All right, under discussion. Jeff.
Yes, I'd like to.
Jeff had his hand up. Jeff had his hand up, actually, before I spoke.
Yes, thank you, Dave. I have a question for staff, which would basically be the attorneys. And I was wondering, option 3 is continue the hearing and direct staff to work with an applicant on evaluating an alternate location. What would that process look like? And it's in the staff report, so I assume it's a fair game question.
Sure. I can take that one. What it would look like is that
we would proceed this evening. It would take another motion, or a different motion, of course, than the one that's on the floor, to pursue option 3. And then we would need Verizon to agree to extend the shot clock for a period of time to evaluate other alternatives. So I would probably be, if that's an option that the council is considering, I would ask Mr. Albritton to commit here at this meeting to that extension.
Yeah, before we ask him that question, because he already said that he was supportive of that, so we can certainly ask him that question in a minute. But what would happen? I mean, we would just put a pause on this, and then they would go do some more work, and then it would show up back at the council, or would it show up at the planning commission, or what? You know, what's the time frame of all that happening?
Probably a question to Brandon. Brandon,
yeah, thanks. I think Brian can probably also answer. But if you're continuing this hearing, so if this is the hearing that's being continued, it would come back to this hearing body. I don't believe it would have to go back to the planning commission, because you would be continuing this hearing. If you took an action and some final action one way or the other, a new application would have to go back through the planning commission. But this is at the city council level at this point.
Exactly. And then my point being that we'd be having the same conversation back here again. And I think that if we deny it, there's nothing that prevents them going to and making a new application for another location. I don't like the bully approach that's going on here, where we're going to see if this happens, we're going to see if that happens. I'd rather just clear the deck on this one, start over again. If they're sincere about making an application somewhere else, come on ahead and make another application. This smells a lot like for me, trying to get service to Pebble Beach, quite frankly. But that's not neither here nor there. That's not before us tonight. But I'm telling you, I'd rather deny it now and make a fresh start. Brandon, is that possible?
I might defer that one to the lawyers. I mean, I believe if you deny it, then certainly it puts an end to the consideration of this application, and another one could be made. Brian may want to opine farther on that.
Yes, I should mention that under the November 2020 agreement, if this application is denied, then Verizon would need, under the law, as I understand it, if Tripp or Gail have a different view on this, the Verizon would have 30 days to file a legal challenge to the city. So that's a statute. It's a very short statute of limitations. So the problem that creates is that would not leave much time, probably sufficient time, especially when you're talking about the month of December and the holidays, for the consideration of another alternative. And so we would probably be in a litigation situation if Verizon chooses to sue the city, because it is a 30-day time limit.
And I guess my issue is that I'm comfortable with the reasons why the Planning Commission moved for denial. The findings in here are extremely well articulated. I could go ahead and add on to that if I wanted to, but I think they speak for themselves. They talk about the reasons why the Planning Commission denied it very articulately. It seems very consistent with our community character issues and our preservation of our quality of life here. And I think that those are something we can stand behind. So if we're going to get challenged every time we try to talk about aesthetics and community in this community, then we're going to take a duck and go ahead and continue something. I'd rather say no right now.
May I say something?
Sure, Karen, absolutely.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I think Brandon might have tried to refer this to Tripp. Tripp May, did you want to comment?
No, I heard my name, so I jumped in, but I agree with what Brian said. Thank you.
Okay, good. Okay, Karen, I'm sorry.
Okay. In light of trying to do the best thing for the city and not wanting to approve a cell tower at that location, I don't see anything wrong with taking the pause to see if Verizon can find the facility at Golden Bower, another facility that will work for them. And that way they would get their coverage and we would avoid a lawsuit. I want to ask Tripp or Brian to explain if taking the pause ties our hands in any way from coming back with a full denial. should
Well,
they not be able to find it?
Yeah, I'll start on that one, and if Trip or Gail have a different view. My answer would be that if you chose option 3, that would not tie your hands in the future. At whatever point this matter came back to you in the form of an alternative location or denial of the Carmelo application, you would still have complete discretion to make those decisions. You could deny this Carmelo application at a future date and deny the alternative location if one comes up and you don't think it's appropriate for whatever your reasons are. You could deny the other option. I think. Can I ask?
Are you happy with that answer?
Yeah, could I ask Trip? Trip, do you agree with that?
I agree with that.
Okay.
Other council members. Carrie.
So since this is a de novo hearing and we continue a de novo hearing, it would come back to us with other options if they were viable. Right, Brandon or Chip?
Yeah, you are correct.
Okay. So as a de novo hearing, we do have options of looking at other, we do have the ability to look at other options. I have to say I am disappointed in Verizon that we have already approved one location and you haven't even installed that location. I think that would allow the community to say, okay, what coverage do we have? And so my question to Verizon is, why haven't you started installing in that location? And then I have another comment to make.
Pete, do you want to respond to that? Or
Paul, yes, I'll take that question. Council member, we are finalizing the regulatory paperwork for the Sunset Center location. It is approved in plan check. Staff is working on the final paperwork to get to us for the Planning Commission approval. Since we don't have that documentation yet, we have not been able to complete our state filings and move the project towards construction.
So Councilmember Tice, if I could just clarify that a little bit. So it doesn't need to go back to Planning Commission. I think what he's talking about is the building permit stuff. So that's where they're at right now. Is they had to go and do work on their building permits.
So thank you. Thank you for that answer. Obviously we're listening to the public, and as a city council member, I have to do that. So what I do appreciate that Verizon has kind of said that they're willing to look at other locations. So I'm Dave, I'm not sure I want to deny in full. I'm leaning toward continuing because we only have one other location of a cell tower, and that's at Dowd Arcade, is what the staff has told me. So trying to find one more location in Carmel-by-the-Sea, I think is reasonable. It's just finding where that location is. And to the public, I have to say that the council has received some emails that do support and say that they don't have proper coverage. So it's not from the public standpoint. We have to listen to those people as well. So I'm leaning toward continuing if we think that we can get to keep the conversation going.
Yes.
Thank you. Another question for Verizon, sort of extending Carrie's conversation. What's the status of the 2 sites outside of the city? The 2 sites on Carmel Point?
Pete, do you want to pick that up?
Yeah, I'll take that. The site down in Carmel Point has the pole replaced by PG&E. We currently have that equipment on order for that site and out to bid to contractors. The other site, which is known as Site 5, it is pending PG&E replacement of the pole that is currently scheduled for February. So how a attachment works is PG&E replaces the pole and then the site could go on and be attached to it. So construction in January starting on one, and on the other one sometime after February when PG&E replaces.
So to sort of Carrie's point and then my point and now your point, the Sunset Center is moving forward, and the two sort of alternate sites out on Carmel Point are also moving forward.
Correct, sir. And there were 6 sites recently installed in Carmel Woods in 2021 that are all on air at this time.
6?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So I guess back to the main question then. What we're doing for me is we're prolonging the pain for these guys down in the area where this is proposed now. I'd rather stick a fork in this one and say this project's done. And if they want to go ahead and they're sincere about making an application for another project, come back with another application. I'm not really that excited about trying to accommodate this corporate world that wants to come in and dictate to us what we can do. These guys, Paul and Pete, seem like very nice guys, honestly. You guys are wonderful. You're great representatives of a corporation who's got a very thug mentality when it comes to we're going to sue you if you don't agree. And frankly, I think we should put a fork in this one and say this site's inappropriate. If you're sincere about coming back, then come back. But why do we have to prolong the pain for these 700 people who sent us postcards? Seems kind of hard to me, kind of harsh on me, in my mind. Bobby, are you trying to say something then, Carrie?
Is that a question or?
Yeah, no, I was gonna.
There's no question there.
Yeah, no, I agree, Mayor, and also I'm concerned about what this brings in the future. What's going to come after this? If we take, okay, well, you guys will acquiesce and give you this spot, then who's going to come in the future and want another spot and another spot and another spot? If we take a hard no, it's like, no, the citizens of this town don't want it. We don't want what you're selling. I'm sorry. Move on.
I'm not saying, Bobby, I'm not saying tonight there is not another site. I'm just saying this is definitely not the appropriate site. We heard that loud and clear. Nobody had the courage to come forward and say, I'm in favor of an alternative site. Nobody did. Everybody, I kept track. There's like 30 speakers that came forward tonight. Not one person came forward and had the courage to stand up in this community and say, I want that cell site there. That speaks pretty loudly for me from public testimony. But that's why I'm kind of passionate about this. You know me, I'm kind of apathetic most of the time, but this one I'm kind of strong on. Jeff?
So I guess, Dave, I agree with you that this isn't an appropriate site. I think, the thing that's going through my head is what's the, so let's assume for a second that we're going, that if the option was yes or no, that we would vote no. And I can give, reasons, when that's appropriate. But I think, what I'm struggling with is the notion of whether we should simply stick a fork in it, to use your words, or whether we should extend this out a little bit without ending up in court, just with the assumption that the Carmelo site isn't going to happen, unless we're told that it's going to happen. I don't see the harm, I'm with Carrie. I don't see the harm in, basically telling the public that we're not going to approve Carmelo, but not proceeding down the road to, you're right. I mean, you're right. We're being bullied, but the world that we live in is we're being bullied. And I don't know. I
never liked being bullied. I'm just one of those little guys that didn't like get pushed around by the schoolyard. So you know that, Jeff.
And I don't know. I don't know how to, I'm willing to give it a couple months, wait until the other sites are operational, have Verizon do their network analysis with real data rather than a model, and see where we are with respect to other sites in town. I think that data would be good. And I think that avoiding court, even if it's for a few months, and even if we don't know whether Verizon is in actuality going to sue us or not, I'm a little bit loath to just put the fork in it quite yet.
I'd like to say,
Sure.
I feel very much the same way. I think we all agree this site is not going to happen. But I don't see anything wrong with giving Verizon the opportunity to find something else before we have to push each other in and out of court. I think the residents should feel assured that we all have heard them and that we understand about this particular site. That said, I'm leaning with Jeff and Carrie that it would not hurt to have real data from those other sites and see if they can work out the Golden Bough or another site. And that way we have not tied our hands. We can come back and deny this if they come back with Carmelo. I think they pretty much know right now that we would come back and deny it. But let's see if we can find a spot.
So just under the fear of litigation heading then, I think the public spoke today very clearly as a representative of the public. I think they're saying, if they want to sue us, go ahead and sue us and we'll back you on that expenditure of public dollars. I don't think the public's afraid of us going ahead and getting sued by Verizon. I think our findings are incredibly strong. I think, when we heard from their representative, the attorney, Mr. Lombardo, I think he was pretty crystal clear. We're on very strong legal footing to go ahead and make the decision. We don't like this site. This is inappropriate. If you want to go find another site, fine. Make another application. You do the same thing. Somebody's building a single family home in an area that didn't have the right constraints. They get denied. But this is some sort of corporate world where we have to have 5G service everywhere when we already have it. I mean, their service map says they've got it. I think this site's perfect for service to Pebble Beach, where they don't want to wander into. It's my guess, but that's just a supposition. And I don't want that to be on the record, but I'm just going to say it anyway. The whole thing is suspect. If you want to make another application, make another application. But don't hold this community hostage to this situation. Chip, are you trying to say something? Hopefully not. Good. Okay. Thank you.
Are we on?
No, you're not. Your public comment's closed. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay, Carrie. I'm sorry.
Mayor.
Sorry. Maybe Brian had something that was worthwhile.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm not sure if you're continuing the discussion or you wanted to get to your motion, Mayor. I know you made a motion. I don't recall if there was a second.
There was. Bobby Richards seconded it.
Okay.
I seconded it. Yeah.
So
for discussion.
I don't know if you're still discussing or you're ready to call the motion.
We're still discussing it.
Still discussing.
I'll decide when we're calling it. Thank you. Carrie?
We're still discussing.
Exactly. Cussing and discussing.
I'm not cussing yet. I think we all agree that we do not like the Carmelo. I think that is publicly stated. So my concern is if we deny this, they only have 30 days and to come up with another solution unless they, and if they don't come up with another solution, don't bring something forward, then it is litigation. I think the fact that Verizon still wants to work with us, I think is a good thing. And I'm hoping that is genuine. So that's where I'm kind of sitting right now. I understand what you're saying, Dave. I understand, but I think that the council is unanimous in not liking the current location. So, but can we find something else that would be feasible?
Jeff.
I have a question for, I guess, Mr. Albritton and Brian. How could we structure, a motion or an effort to move down the number 3 path that waited until the sun, would it be possible to structure an option to move down the number 3 path that waited until the other cell sites were operational and we could do sort of real world testing on what they produce? How would that be a possibility?
I think that's for Paul.
Yeah, that's a good question. I'll begin by saying you probably didn't get a chance to see it in your letter that we sent, in the letter we sent today, but we included drive test data, which is real empirical data that shows the lack of signal in the area that we're trying to cover. You're asking what happens when you put up these other sites, and our RF engineer, Dwayne Bonham, who's on the line, will tell you that the small cells we're putting in have a range of about 1,500 feet, 1,600 feet, and that there just isn't a way for that Sunset Center site to provide coverage to where we're trying to provide. There's also a topographic decline towards the beach. I think I can ask Pete when Sunset Center would actually be online, but these things take time. The construction, the bringing in the fiber, the turning it on. We might be talking 6 to 9 months from now, and that's not really our intent to go that long. I can't promise that Verizon could potentially conduct certain, they're called constant wave tests, to show that the signal from the Sunset Center would or would not reach the area that you're trying to reach. That could also could be something that you could coordinate with Mr. Afflerbach of CTC regarding the potential for those sites to provide coverage to the area that we're trying to cover and the frequencies that we're now obligated to use because they're 82% of our network. So I suppose I can't promise anything, but certainly we would agree to cooperate with the city in order to provide empirical data to demonstrate the need for the site, notwithstanding the introduction of the Sunset Center and other facilities outside of the city.
So I'm sensing some waffling there then, Paul. I'm sorry to be so direct, but frankly, what I'd like to hear from you is the fact that if the data came back and it said that you didn't need this site, you'd walk away from this site. I'm not hearing that right now. I'm hearing kind of a maybe we would, maybe we wouldn't kind of thing, corporate mumbo jumbo. That's my problem here. You guys are great guys. You're personal face of this company. But frankly, I don't trust the corporate headquarters. It's a little bit like the Cal-Am model, to be quite frank with you. That company is run by somebody in New Jersey that has no sympathy for this community. And what happened? All of a sudden, the community wants to buy the whole company. Well, that's the same thing that we're telling you here. We don't like this site, so kids, just move away from this site. It's really, it's a kind of a cold and impersonal world out there we're dealing with, but I'm trying to personalize this for my constituents who don't like this site for your tower. It's that simple, really. It's cut and dry matter.
May I respond, or did you want a response?
No, actually, I was just berating you. Carrie wanted to comment. Carrie.
Question for Brian. So if we decide to do the denial and Verizon decides that they can't, they want to sue us, if we go to federal court and the judge says you need to put another, couple locations in, do we have any say where those locations are at that point?
Well, it depends what the lawsuit says and what the nature of the challenge. The court, if you were to deny tonight and Verizon sues and it goes to court and it's the Carmelo application that is before the court, I believe, and I'll ask Tripp and Gail to weigh in on this, I believe that what the court's discretion would be is to either uphold the decision that the council made or reverse that decision and require that the city allow the Carmelo site to be constructed. So let me ask Tripp and Gail, do you agree with that?
Yeah, there's a third option of remand if further administrative proceedings could warrant a change in outcome, but it's rare unless it's a procedural error.
But we stood the wall for the community. We made the right decision. If a court of law determines otherwise, that's what I hear the public asking us right now is make the decision locally. And then for God's sakes, if somebody else tries to do the worst thing for us, then that's not our fault. We did the right thing for the community. That's what I'm saying tonight, guys.
I would only mention that once you're in court, you don't know what the outcome is going to be. There's risks that you could lose. And obviously,
welcome to our world. Welcome to my world, Brian. Welcome to my seat tonight. I don't know what's going to happen tonight. Obviously, the same world. I mean, I've been in court many a time with multiple agencies. I've been on the California Coastal Commission. I got sued multiple times. We lost a lot of battles. But on the other hand, we stood the wall on the right jobs. This is what I'm talking about tonight. I'm sorry. Be so adamant about this. Bobby.
Yeah, well, I feel the same way. It's the will of the people, and that's what our constituents have said. That's what our residents feel. That's how we personally feel. And so I think there's some things that I'm very frugal about, but there's some things that I will stand my ground and I'll fight hard for.
Yeah, comment on the litigation, or would you rather I didn't?
I don't think so, not yet. Nobody's called any yet. I'm sorry, Paul. It's not kind of an open forum. We're having our own personal in-house family discussion. Yeah.
But,
Carrie?
don't like the site. So there is agreement there. And we are listening to the public that way. And so by denying this, we're saying we don't want any cell towers in Carmel anymore. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree with Carrie. I mean, I think that what, my feeling is that if we say no, we're either gonna get the Carmelo site or not. And I think if we postpone this for a couple months, there's some chance that we could get a site, that is less objectionable than Carmelo. And in the worst case, we postpone this for a couple months. We come back here, we say no to the Carmelo site, which is where we are now, and then we end up in court and we're in exactly the same position. But we at least we took the opportunity to see if there was an alternative. And I think I know that the public wants to not have the Carmelo site, and I think this option number 3 is a way to move off of the Carmelo site before we end up in court on the Carmelo site. I think that's from my perspective, trying to move off the Carmelo site, trying to shift the conversation to somewhere else, seems like a good move. And right, 4 months from now or 6 months from now, we could be right back here where we started. But at least we would have tried to get off. And yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult to put off this decision for these numbers of months. But the alternative is to do nothing and just take what the court gives us. What our lawyers are able to, if Verizon sues us, what our lawyers are able to do in court. And we always have that option. Is my perspective.
So Jeff, Paul used a kind of a dangerous parallel recently when he said, what if somebody tries to stick a freeway through your community? We had a freeway that was designed to go down the Hatton Canyon forever, maybe preceded you before you were here. But I think some of us will remember that battle. And we fought that for years because it was an inappropriate party. We fought the mother of all highway organizations in this country, Caltrans. Eventually, we got the cheesy little climbing lane built on the hill, which I championed. We got it done. We solved the problem. We took the money from that project. We put it out in Prunedale where people are getting killed on a highway. So I think, if we're afraid to go to court, I think we're a bunch of, I can't use the word, but I think awfully afraid of the court system.
I think the position that Carrie and I are espousing is not afraid of going to court. I think that we are both willing to, if we get to a position and there's not a better alternative, I think both of us are willing to go to court, to defend the city's values. I don't see that is I don't see that we've said we're not willing to defend the city's values. What I see is we're trying to find a better location. And if we don't find a better location, if we and Verizon together don't find a better location over the course of the next 6 months, then of course we'll go to court. What else can we do? Of course we would do that. But to just head there right now seems like, to just plunge into court without proceeding down the road of, doing this bit of due diligence seems not right.
Karen, you're trying to speak, and then Bobby.
Yes, I am trying to speak. I agree with Carrie and Jeff that we have nothing to lose by giving Verizon the opportunity to find another site. We are all in agreement we could be back here in 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and deny the Carmelo site. I don't think there's any doubt on that. What we need to do, though, is ask, because it says in number 3 that the applicant would need to agree to extending the federal shot clock to provide reasonable time to complete the review of another site. So we need some assurance that they would do that. Could you address that, Verizon?
Paul.
Paul, you're muted.
He was cussing.
He's discussing.
Now you've killed the video. There you go.
Now he's gone.
Yeah.
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you. We can't see anymore. So. Yeah.
That's probably better, right?
No, your visuals have been good.
I'm hitting the right, I'm trying to hit the right buttons. My apologies. And the answer is yes, we are willing to extend the shot clock in order to accommodate the extension that would be encompassed in option 3.
So let me just look at the alternatives for a second. Karen, I'm sorry to cut you off. I'm sorry, Karen, did you have more?
Yes, because I would be prepared to make a substitute motion that we, and I will make that motion, that we use option 3 and continue the hearing and allow Verizon to work on an alternate location, knowing full well that if that doesn't work out and they want to come back to Carmelo, our cards are on the table. We are going to deny that.
We're going to need confirmation, Karen, before there's a second or a vote on that from Mr. Albritton as to a specific date that the Verizon would agree to extend the shot clock. It doesn't mean that that date couldn't be extended again if there's some progress on finding an alternate site, but we would need to know what that extension date is now, because currently the shot clock would extend on December 17th. So, Mr. Albritton, can you address the council on what date Verizon would agree to extend the shot clock?
I think 60 days would be reasonable if we could go to February 17th, 2022, something like that. We can further extend if we're making progress.
I don't see how that addresses my concerns that the sites aren't going to be up and running and that we're still going to be back here with sort of simulated data.
Incomplete data.
Well, you asked for empirical data, and I was suggesting that we could work with your third-party consultant to do actual RF testing from the proposed locations to determine what the signal would be. Pete, do you have a feeling for when something like the Sunset Center might be online?
No, Paul, I don't. Councilman, the component that I don't have data for with me tonight is the fiber component, the actual backhaul connection from the site to the network. I don't have that for Sunset Center or the other locations. That is several months out, at least. That has to do with off-site permits that I don't have vision of.
Go ahead,
I'm not sure, council member, what would be an appropriate period of time, do you think? I'll throw it back to you.
Well, the concern, and I don't know whether this is a real concern or not, and I would look to my staff for this, is that, the data that we've seen so far, like, for example, in our packet, there was a bunch of there were data that was basically simulated. You provided data in your appeal letter that, and I don't mean to use the word made up. That's not what I'm saying, but you provided data that was sort of a guess. You put presumably you put some instruments up on the top of a pole or at some height somewhere, and you measured the reception at various points around town. And I'm wondering if we should try to wait until you don't have to put that stuff up on a pole. You'll have real data. You can measure what's really coming out of the 4 sites, or the one on Sunset and the 2 on the Point, rather than sort of trying to guess what they're going to be. That's I don't know whether that is a realistic guess or realistic expectation, or whether I should sort of defer to the company that the city hired to sort of vet all these vet all these graphs that, we know us lay people have a difficult time with.
Right. Let me just say very quickly, the propagation models, the maps you're looking at are based on software that propagates the signal strength and the radios versus the topography. We also submitted something where they actually drove around in a vehicle with basically a phone hooked up to a computer, and they measured the signal strength. And that was something that we submitted today. And what you would do is something like that, but you would put a radio and antenna on top of the Golden Bough, for example, turn it on to the frequencies, then drive around and see what the signal strengths were in that roadway that we're trying to accomplish. I would do that, though, in conjunction with your expert, Lee Aflerach of CTC. Now, I don't know wherever I'm speaking ahead of myself, ahead of my client on this, but if it means that if you would be more comfortable with 6 months, if that's what you're telling me, we're just talking about the amount of time that you have to make a decision on the application. In other words, we can't go after you for not having made a decision over the next 6 months because of a delay in your processing. And so what you're asking me is, what's the deadline for the city to act on the application?
Let me ask,
6 months.
Dave, if it's okay, let me, Dave, if you'll bear with me for a second, maybe I should ask Brandon and Chip, you sort of dealt with our consultants, if we had a date of, let's say, the middle of June, is that enough time, or should we just rely on the simulated data, as Mr. Albritton suggests, and just, go through the middle of March?
It's hard to say. And to be honest, Tripp may actually be able to speak more intelligently to that than Chip and I would, just because he deals with those consultants more than we do. I wouldn't want to hazard a guess on that.
6 months would be good to get CTC out here. I mean, they're coming from the East Coast, and especially if we want to make sure that the coverage from the approved but not constructed sites is taken into consideration when you're taking your measurements for proposed locations. So another idea, Paul, maybe you could talk to your client about is using temporary facilities at the Sunset Center and other locations where they're approved to model it out. So maybe we could move this along faster, but still get that actual data to show what the coverage would actually be like without waiting for construction.
So before I ask for a second on this motion, I just want to get clarity on these alternate sites. What are we talking about? Because Karen, there might be one close to your place you may have to recuse yourself from. Am I right on that? Do you guys know where they are? Brandon?
I thought the one they were talking about was the Golden Bough.
No, I didn't hear it specifically. In fact, I heard it pretty strong. We don't like the Golden Bough site tonight. Had all sorts of problems with it. So, I mean, I don't want you to go ahead and make a motion and then you got to recuse yourself because it's within 500 or whatever the distance is from your property. I don't even know that's a fact, but Brandon, do you know where the other sites are?
The one site that we did talk about was the Golden Bough. As far as other sites around town, I think that's the work that we would do with Verizon to see if there was any identification. I mean, just looking at a map up by Mission Trail Nature Preserve, which I think is the site you're talking about, that doesn't seem like that would meet their objective, but I can't be sure because that's not the southwest area of town.
Yeah, there was a site, one of the original 5 sites was back on the backside of Mission, if I remember right, from 2019, and that would have been the closest to Karen's home. But I think that one was replaced with that one, and the one that was somewhere uphill on this side of the hill was replaced by the big site on the top of Sunset Center.
Well, I actually think the one on Mission and 12th was replaced out in Carmel Point, but it was Mission and 12th. And I don't think it would be an appropriate replacement for all this way down here. The Golden Bough is much closer, and the Golden Bough has expressed interest in it, so.
Well, I can't imagine the interest is going to be any different than the public's interest in this site, frankly. You know, I mean, a comment was made, nobody wants a freeway going through the house, nobody wants a cannabis dispensary near their neighborhood, nobody wants, a gas station or a five and dime or, you know, a 7-Eleven next to their house. This is just, you know, something that's an albatross. We're just trying to find a place to park it that's less objectionable. I don't think it fits in. I just don't like this site, frankly. But, you know, Bobby.
I'm just gonna say, you know, southwest, northwest, southeast, northeast, it doesn't matter. It's our neighborhood. I mean, I don't understand why we're just kicking it down the road. I mean, you don't think that we're gonna get the same pushback from the same result from the other neighborhoods? I mean, if this goes on Lopez Street, I have a feeling Councilman member Barron's not gonna like it. I don't understand why we're just pushing it down the road. If the will of the community is to not have a cell tower like this that's twice as high as these other telephone poles, isn't that what we're looking at?
Well, and this argument about my lawyer is bigger than your lawyer, I'm not willing to back down on that at all. I think we got a good crew here, and if we're going to fight, let's fight. But let's not be wishy-washy about this. I don't want to go out there, you know, and say we're afraid we're going to lose to this big corporate empire that's got better attorneys. I don't think that's the case at all. I think we've got some damn good attorneys here, and I've seen us win cases before. I'm not afraid to go to battle on this, but let's get this out of the way. We're kind of having circular discussion here.
There is the point, though, that the aesthetics might not be as objectionable and in another place.
Really?
You know, so that the aesthetics are what is driving the desire not to have it on Carmelo. That might not be the same. I still would like to have my substitute motion to see if it gets a second, and with the 6 months extension.
That's okay with Mr. Albritton.
That's good. Ask the applicant if it's okay with him.
I think we need to hear. I think we need to hear from him to say the words. At 6 months, and let's go to a specific date. As a matter of fact, so we'd be looking at June. I think the current date is December 17th, so we go to June 17th.
Thank you, Brian.
But we need to hear from Paul that that's acceptable.
He's calling the mothership.
Can you guys hear me or not?
Yes.
Oh, great. Then yes, 6 months would be acceptable extension of the shot clock.
Through to June 17th? Yeah, through to June 17th?
Yeah. I assume that's a weekday, but yes. And I can send you a confirming email if that's necessary.
All right. Then that's what your motion would be then. It's option 3 with an agreement by Verizon to extend the shot clock to June 17th of 2022.
It's a Friday, and I'll second the motion.
You're under discussion. So, Jeff, you were kind of adamant last night about people not having enough time to get their jobs done around here. Seems to me that this is going to add more work to our staff, that they're going to have to go ahead and put more staff reports together, more public input, more public angst, more money spent on attorneys. Seems to me this is kind of a waste of money, a little contrary to your position last night that you vetted in public, where you were frustrated that staff didn't have enough time on their calendar to go ahead and deal with some of the priorities you'd set at our retreat. Now you're burdening them with more work.
Okay.
This point made. All right. Any other discussion on this motion?
Obviously, I'm going to be the deciding vote here on this one.
Sorry about that, Terry.
Was there a second on that? Yeah,
there was.
So,
Jeff second.
you know, you bring up what?
I just asked if there was a second. Yes.
And I confirmed there was.
Jeff seconded. You know, number one, I'm not afraid to go to court. But I do. I'm not big on spending money going to court. That is, I've been known for that. I do like the idea of the analytics of really taking a look at a little more of an analytical approach to this. But I do see what Dave's coming from in terms of staff time. And that does concern me. So that's a good point, Dave. You know, I sit here and I listen to all of this testimony. I sit here and I make notes, and I take this very seriously. And everybody's made good points. I'm trying to make the best decision. And the one thing about denying this altogether, then it's the attorneys that have to do the work. And if it seems like the community's not concerned about that, so I think I'm going to vote no on the substitute motion.
All righty. So I don't really need to call a question, do I, guys?
Yes, please call the question and then we'll vote on the original motion.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second to go ahead and extend this out for 6 months to go ahead and, I'm not sure exactly what, but give them another 6 months to come up with an alternative location that's specific to the Golden Bough site or any location. Maker of the motion, Karen?
Yes, that's fine.
Specific to the Golden Bough.
Well, I should just mention that the way that the option reads is it says an alternative location such as the Golden Bough. It doesn't limit it to Golden Bough.
Exactly. Is that your intent, Karen?
Yes.
All right. Ashley, could we call a roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
No.
Mayor Potter.
No.
It does not pass.
So it brings us back to the main motion, which runs the risk of not passing also. So do we want to extend the debate on this any longer?
No, I'll support the main motion.
So before you vote on that, I would want to ask Tripp and Gail if they believe that there needs to be any language added to the option 1. Let me start with Tripp.
I did not hear any additional findings that were being discussed. The motion was clean about option 1.
Well, I'm willing to go ahead and add some language in there that I worked on a while ago, but this was back a while ago. I don't know. I mean, I'm very comfortable with the findings that are there, all 6 of them. But if you wanted me to go on record as a policy person, I'm happy to say the size of the equipment area would add an unreasonable visual clutter to the utility pole. The project would not be compatible with surrounding land use. The proposed equipment area creates visual clutter and unreasonably diminishes public and private views. The pole-mounted equipment would add mass to the utility pole. The alternatives analysis provided contains shortcomings in that it does not identify the personal wireless services the applicant provides or intends to provide. The project would diminish the public use and enjoyment of the public right-of-way. And then the project would set an undesirable land use precedent within the residential area of the village that would contribute to the adverse visual impacts. That is my main issue. Okay. I think that if visual impacts and the aesthetics are the main problem. I hope that helps reinforce the staff report.
All right. So then so Mayor, so your motion then, to make it clear for the record, is option 1. Is what you're moving is option 1. Okay. Yeah. Then I also wanted to ask Gail if she had any reason to suggest any added language based on what she's heard tonight.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I would suggest a modification. I think I emailed it to you. I was just trying to find that email actually. A modification to the last part, just to account for the evidence that was presented at the hearing on the undergrounding. Do you have that email? Or maybe Tripp has it. I'm trying to find it again. Or I think actually Tripp, you may have.
I have it. I have it.
Modified it.
Right. So the information that was added through testimony was that Verizon's representative indicated that undergrounding was possible, but raised potential negative aesthetic impacts and constructability issues, period. We, meaning the council, are unpersuaded by the testimony at the hearing regarding the infeasibility of installing the support facilities underground is how I think it would be phrased if that was what you were adopting.
So Mayor, would you agree to add to your motion the language that was just read?
Let me hear that language again.
Okay, go ahead, read it again, Tripp.
Verizon's representative indicated that undergrounding the non-antenna equipment was possible, but raised potential negative aesthetic impacts and constructibility questions, period.
Why do I want to add that when it's my conditions?
Yeah, but
What's my staff's level of comfort with this? Brandon,
Yes.
what's your level of comfort?
Well, I didn't, excuse me, Mayor, I don't think he finished his statement.
Right. And so if you were adding this based on the findings that you said in your previous statement, then you'd finish it off by saying, we as council are unpersuaded by Verizon's testimony at the hearing regarding the infeasibility of installing the non-antenna equipment underground, period. Full stop.
I don't know what the harm is. Brandon, what do you think? I mean, it does sound like we're waffling a little bit. I mean,
I don't think it harms anything, Mr. Mayor. You know, Tripp's pretty comfortable with this language, and so if it makes it that much stronger, then I think that's probably okay.
all right. So, okay, I'll add it in then, Brian. But to the motion itself, to Verizon, I'm going to say, if you guys go ahead and sue us, then you proved us right. Then you proved my concerns right, that there was no intent to go ahead and work with this community on another site. You were dead set on this site and you weren't going to flex at all. I think that's a bad message to be sending that somebody wants to be a friendly corporation trying to do business in this community. So I would hope that I'm right. I hope that I'm right. You'll go out and refile another location. You'll take a more serious look at a place that's more appropriate. It's obvious tonight that this is not an appropriate place. That's my bottom line. I think I'd appreciate we're going to stand up and say that to this community, that we respect your values as a community. We heard from everybody tonight, over 30 people, that it was important that we value this community's aesthetics. That's my whole issue here. So, sort of
we'll need Bobby to second your motion now.
Bobby already did.
No, he did previously.
Main motion.
Yeah, before the language that was added by Tripp. So.
Okay, yes. Do you
I'll
accept the
second
amendment?
with the added language.
Okay. All right, is there any other discussion? I missed the over under, all right, so, okay. Okay, Ashley, would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Barron.
Yes.
Councilmember Ferlito.
Yes.
Councilmember Tice.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Richards.
Yes.
Mayor Potter.
Aye.
It is
Thank you
unanimous.
guys, I appreciate it.
Okay,
That's tough,
we need to
but
make
thank you.
we need to make a statement as to what the vote was. So the vote was 4 in favor of the motion with 1 against, and the 1 against was Councilmember Ferlito.
I don't think so. I think she voted
That's
for it.
not true. I voted yes.
Oh,
She did. It was
then I
unanimous.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misheard you then. Okay, so then let me amend what I just said and say that it was a unanimous vote.
All righty, well, thank you guys for a very robust debate and discussion. I appreciate that. I believe that may curtail or be the end of our work for this evening. Am I correct? Is there anybody else? Karen, we were going to add your concerns about the arena numbers being presented next month. We'll get that on the agenda. Brandon will do a presentation. Be informational only, I think. But you're right, we should get up to speed on that. So that noted, we're adjourned. Thank you all. Thank you, public, for your time and patience. Thank you, Verizon, for your patience and understanding that you're a corporation and you're bound to get beat up every once in a while, but it's nothing personal. Thanks, guys.